disaster preparedness landscape. I also extend my heartfelt welcome to our guest of honor, Shri Vivek Srivastavaji, Director General Fire Services, Civil Defense and Home Guards, whose dedicated service and expertise in emergency management and response has been instrumental in strengthening our national crisis handling and capabilities. We are equally honored to have with us our special guest, Shri Rajendra Ratnuji, whose relentless commitment to disaster risk reduction and policy advocacy continues to drive positive change in the field of disaster management. Additionally, I extend my sincere welcome to Dr. Atul Kumar Nasirji, Pro Vice Chancellor, SGT University, without whose support this event would not have been possible. A very warm welcome to Professor Rakesh Kumar Sharma, CEO and Academic Director, CDPRR, whose vision and expertise has been the driving force behind this summit and CDPRR's objectives. Of course, a special acknowledgement and warm welcome to all the distinguished speakers and delegates who bring with them a wealth of knowledge and experience that will undoubtedly enrich today's discussion. Events like these are made possible through the generous support of organizations committed on advancing disaster resilience. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to TechnoSafe Consultants, our kind sponsor, and Rescore, our host partner, and Medialytics Digital Convergence, our media partner, for this unwavering support in making this summit a reality. The CDPRR conducted the Cbrn Summit, Safeguarding the Future, has been designed to provide a collaborative platform for policymakers, researchers, and practitioners to exchange expertise and insights on mitigating CBRN threats. Over the course of the day, we'll dwell into a comprehensive agenda covering crucial aspects such as policy formulation, technological innovations, interagency collaborations, and community resilience. In an era where global challenges are evolving rapidly, our collective preparedness and response strategies must remain ahead of the curve. Once again, I extend my greatest gratitude to all of you for being here today. Your participation is not just valuable, it is essential in shaping a safer and more resilient future for all of us. With that, let us begin this day of insightful discussions and transformative ideas. I now welcome Dr. Atul Kumar Nasirji to deliver the welcome address to the dignitaries. Thank you.
Good morning. Very respected Shri Rajendra Ratnuji, Lieutenant General Syed Ata Hananji, Shri Vivek Srivastavaji, Dr. Rakesh Sharma, my senior colleague and CEO and Academic Director of CDPRR, respected audience, and my colleagues from SGT University. I welcome you all to this lovely Saturday morning, to this CRBN Summit being organized by CDPRR. I am from pharma background and having more than 40 years experience in pharmaceutical industry, then in academics, and 30 years in regulations. And this chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear threats I have seen in my tenure as a drug controller of Delhi, when in 2021, entire world was suffering from pandemic. And a situation came not in the first wave, during the second wave, when there was a huge demand of medicines like remdesivir injections, tocilizumab injections, oxygen, cases of black fungus, mucormycosis, demand of amphotericin B, and so on. And we always say India is the pharmacy of the world. But at the end of the day, there was no vaccine available in our country and a strong pandemic. This was the 5th pandemic in the world. And first pandemic was started with swine flu long back in 1918. And we were not prepared for that this situation will come. One fine day, the office of PMO, along with all the stakeholders, including representatives from pharma industry, ICMR, WHO Geneva, and everyone, a meeting was held. And there was a direction from the office of PMO. We say India is the pharmacy of the world, but we don't have any vaccine to treat COVID. Remdesivir and tocilizumab, they were not meant for COVID. They were used in the treatment of rheumatoid arthritis, where the immunity in the patient is down. So it was a hit and trial method going on by the medical fraternity to use these vaccines to increase the immunity in the COVID patient. But situation was totally different. Two companies, Bharat Biotech and Serum Institute of India, Dr. Krishanella from Bharat Biotech and Dr. Poonawala from Serum Institute of India, they told we are developing a molecule, but our clinical trial guidelines, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 and phase 4, as per the Schedule Y of the Drug and Cosmetic Act, New Drug and Clinical Trial Rules 2019, it takes minimum 4 years to develop a new molecule and to give a permission. But direction was that no, we cannot wait for 4 years. Let the entire machinery along with the office of DCGI, ICMR and WHO Geneva work very hard, 24/7. And there should be a molecule as early as possible. And I'm proudly here to inform you that we got Covaxin and Covishield in a span of 8 months. This is how our country works. We have seen in the past various chemical disasters, and one was the disaster of 1984 Bhopal gas tragedy. Lot of people died. Then in 2008, a case was in China where melamine contamination in these milk products, leading to the deaths of many infants and children and kidney failures. 2022 again Ukraine and this Russia war, all chemical disasters, chemical issues and threats. We have seen in the cases of biologicals, starting from HIV, AIDS, smallpox and then pandemics. Today we are strong enough that smallpox is totally eradicated from our country. This is how our system works. I congratulate Dr. Rakesh Sharma, who was my senior in my college, and today he is heading this position of CEO and Academic Director of Center for Disaster Preparedness, Recovery and Research. And he has taken a lead to join hands with SGT University to go for this program. And definitely we'll be in future also planning some activities for this Cbrn Summit and related programs. There are cases of nuclear threats like nuclear bombings, nuclear accidents, nuclear terrorism, nuclear testings, and I still remember when in 1998 India and Pakistan started nuclear testing, there was a lot of tension in the entire Asia region. Okay, what will be the future? All these are the threats. Regulations are well in place. You name any stream, all regulations are well in place, whether it is Civil Defense Act 1968, whether it is NDMA guidelines, whether it is Disaster Management Act, Chemical Weapons and Convention Act, and so on. But in pharma industry, we are facing a problem in the community, sir. Disposal of expired drugs, disposal of expired medicines or unused medicines. And it is a big challenge in the entire country because antimicrobial resistance is on rise. And whatever the medicines we throw in the garbage or anywhere, all unused medicine and expired drugs, they are being taken by the animals, and a lot of challenges related to the antimicrobial resistance. And I will request Dr. Rakesh also, since he is from pharma background, let us also join hand to have some activity on disposal of expired drugs or unused medicines, including there are the guidelines for disposal of biological wastes, which are well in place. But regulations are there, they are to be implemented in a very strict way, so that at the end of the day, there should be the fruitful results. At SGT, we have got NRSC Center, that is National Reference Simulation Center, which is being headed by our one of the colleague, Dr. Anu Grover, who is present in the audience, and she will be giving the presentation how our NRSC Center is working. It is spreaded in a 40,000 square feet area, and with the support of the Indian Nursing Council and GPAGO Lateral, we have started this center, and this is one of the biggest centers in South Asia. We are giving all the trainings related to the, disaster managements, all skill trainings, learning, and so on. So, let us join hands to work out various challenges which we are facing with the CBRN activities and plan for a stronger nation. With these remarks, I welcome you all, and in today's deliberation, various resource persons which has been invited, they are going to talk on various related important issues like policy and strategy development, technology innovation and integration, interagency collaboration and coordinations, risk assessment and management, training and capacity building, public health preparedness and response, cybersecurity and infrastructure protection, and community resilience. So I understand that by the end of this session today in the evening, the outcomes of this summit will definitely help all the stakeholders, and I wish each and everyone a bright future ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Atul Kumar Nasa ji, for such a warm welcome. I would like to request all of you to proceed towards the food area for the tea session, and I request all of you to join after 15 minutes. Thank you.
Are you sure? There's some confusion. Just like. I apologize. Now we request Executive Director NADM, Shri Rajendra Ratnuji, for a special keynote address. Kindly.
No, nothing to worry, sir. Professor Rakesh Kumar Sharma's promptness shows that how he immediately assessed the risk, was already prepared and mitigated it immediately. So, dignitaries on the dais, Lieutenant General Atasnin Saab, who is always a source of inspiration and energy for all of us in the disaster management family. My great senior and a role model for all of us youngsters, Shri Vivek Srivastava Saab, who is DG Fire Services, Civil Defense and Home Guard, who is a passionate practitioner, academician, and a person who brings with him a lot of practical experience, starting from Bhuj earthquake, where he was ASP. Sir, honor to share dais with you. And esteemed Dr. Atul Kumar Nasaji, Pro VC, SGT University, and Professor Dr. Rakesh Kumar Sharmaji, all esteemed dignitaries of the dais. Good morning to all of you. Today we are discussing a topic where there are stalwarts, who are like Atasnin Saab, who are going to speak on various dimensions of strategic part of CBRN, chemical, biological, radiational and nuclear emergencies. Well, many a time we think that CBRN is something which is, safety related, it's a security related. In my address, I'll come to the point that how it is very, very important to see this into holistic and integrated framework, and to see that what need to be done by our defense establishment, what need to be, what kind of preparedness need to be done by the civil side also, and why it is so important. When we talk of CBRN at the global context level, there are various treaties, including the Chemical Weapons Convention, Biological Weapons Convention, and the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, that provide a broader global framework and the commitments that our global fraternity, or including India, has done at the international level. And in the evolving landscape of these risks, it is also very important to understand the current context in the Indian context, where my other eminent speakers will be throwing light upon its unique challenges due to the geographic positioning of the country, and also industrial growth, presence of the other strategic factors, which I will not dwell into because I am not mandated to speak on those areas. But this is something which is very clear, that how in the current context the emerging threats and the risk landscape is changing due to CBRN, and biological threats, many new dimensions of that also coming. For example, neuro warfare, that is manipulating the brain functions through biochemical means, also is something which I was just going through the literature, and is a coming as an emerging concern. So similarly, on the chemical side and nuclear radiological, there are strategic angle to that, but at the same time there is also a lot of civilian dimension to that. There is also a link with the natural disasters and CBRN as a cascading impact of that. And in that context, I like to just take a few minutes of your. While CBRN threats are often considered to be viewed as a defense issue, their impact on the civil life is substantial, affecting public health, infrastructure, economies. We have seen during the COVID time how the entire economy has come to stand still. So therefore, I mean, something may be a strategic issue, a security issue, but cascading impact is always there on the society and economy, and where it is important that this collaboration between the civil administration as well as the defense side is become very, very critical. And CBRN is one which stitches both the sides, and it requires that the different levels in the governance have to have understanding of their roles. Some of the example, for example, 2014 Ebola outbreak and 2019 COVID outbreak show how the biological hazards can overwhelm the healthcare system and disrupt the economies and society in unimaginable ways. And therefore, it is very important that on one side we have our shielding of our borders, other things, to have better surveillance mechanism for biological threats, but at the same time there has to be preparedness at various levels of the society, including the district level, sub-district level, as well as the state government level. Even the mechanism to monitor these very parameters of that time, sometime there is a confusion. I'll just give you example that I was one of those 27 officers picked up by Government of India to monitor the COVID situation in the country, and I was given Tamil Nadu to be nodal officer for Tamil Nadu. When I had a first meeting there, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, other officers, and Chief Secretary, I inquired about the immigration, and the figures given was unbelievably low. And knowing well that the Tamil diaspora is one of, Andhra and Tamil Nadu contribute to the large number of people who are abroad, and it is not believable that only this number of people would have come. And then I went deeper into this issue, that and across the country this is what was happening, that they were, on the airport, they were just checking that how many people have arrived from which airport, and that was the data being taken. then I said, what about if people have come to Trivandrum airport and they travel to, Kanyakumari, or those who have, come to Vizag airport and then they came because there might not have been direct flight. Then they were, the officers were uncomfortable. So that time I went again deeper into, and I asked the Bureau of Civil Aviation to give the report of what is entered into the passport about the hometown of the person and how many have come. And once they filter the data, we found that 10 times more people have actually come to Tamil Nadu than what they were having the data. And this entire data was given to the state, and this every day we had to give a report to PMO, and there were groups. So this was taken to Honorable Prime Minister. Across the country, this entire framework was changed to have surveillance, a better surveillance. The point I'm trying to drive is that we have to develop SOPs, because these are, new challenges. We have to learn lessons from our past mistakes in terms of, in every level. We have to, whole of society, whole of government approach has to be there in CBRN also. Then only we will be able to fight these kind of challenges. Another example of, how these challenges, for example, another point that I want to make is that the natural disasters can lead to a catastrophic impact on CBRN threats. For example, 2011 Fukushima disaster caused by a 9 magnitude earthquake, which actually led to tsunami and led to radioactive contamination, forcing 160,000 people to be evacuated, and large number of people died due to this catastrophic event. And also in India, we see 2020 there was a Vizag gas leak, and triggered by lockdown related temperature changes resulted in 12 deaths. And many of our nuclear as well as other installations, strategic installations are in the coastal areas, which actually pose the threat of tsunami. These are very rare disasters, but they are high magnitude. Similarly, we have zone 4 and zone 5. Large number of countries, parts are under that. So these kind of catastrophic natural events also can lead to radiological or the nuclear kind of consequent cascading impact. So that is something where we have to understand that they are not, many times I find that even very senior responsible people, when I say NIDM is doing CBRN, no, this is not your mandate. Why are you going into this? I have to argue for long time that, see, this is a whole of society, whole of government approach. Only thing is that armed forces, when they talk about CBRN, they will be talking more about the strategic angle and security angle. When paramilitary forces or NDRF will be talking about, they will have to talk more on the response part. When NIDM will be talking about CBRN, will be talking more about capacity building needs of the civil administration. A district, how many places we have measures to measure the radiation? How many district collectors are equipped? Even those districts where the nuclear and installations are there, have we built the capacity of the district administration to have instruments to see that radiational leakages, if any, what is the level? So I think we have is a time, and it's a wake-up call. I am very happy that this kind of forums, they bring us together from different disciplines, different verticals of the governance, academia, policymakers, practitioners, and that too in a wide range of areas, from army, from the forces, police services, administration, civil society, and academia. So this is how we have to understand this emerging risk. We have to assess these emerging risks. We have to learn to monitor these risks. We have to have a system of better surveillance and monitoring, having a archival records of these small significant events, whatever is happening, have the more resources be put on, more studies, more documentation, more archiving, so that if such thing happen, we are able to see that what event happened earlier, what was the response, what were the shortcomings, what are the best practices, and how we can carry them forward. With that, I once again thank the organizers for this opportunity. Thank you very much. Wishing a very, very meaningful and productive session today. Thank you.
I would like to welcome Shri Vivek Srivastava ji, IPS DG Fire Services, to deliver a keynote address in front of all of us.
Lieutenant General Syed Ata Hasnain, Member NDMA, Shri Rajendra Ratnu, Executive Director NIDM, Dr. Atul Kumar, Pro VC SGT University, Dr. Rakesh Kumar, CEO CDPRR, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, and fellow experts in the field of chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear defense. I am honored to be speaking to this prestigious summit, and I would like to begin by acknowledging the critical importance of CBRN defense in today's world. As we gather here today, not only the threat of CBRN incidents from rogue elements looms large, but we also have to be prepared to deal with such incidents on account of industrial accidents, natural disasters, etc. And as such, it is imperative that we remain vigilant and proactive in our efforts to prevent and respond to such incidents. India in particular faces a unique set of challenges in CBRN domain. Our country's rapidly growing economy, coupled with its strategic location and diverse geography, makes it an attractive target for potential adversaries. However, I am proud to say that India has made significant strides in recent years in strengthening its CBRN defense capabilities. Our government has implemented a range of measures, including the establishment of a national CBRN emergency response system, the development of advanced detection and diagnostic technologies, and the conduct of regular training exercises and drills. However, despite these efforts, there is still much work to be done. The CBRN threat landscape is constantly evolving, and new challenges are emerging at all times. For example, the increased use of unmanned aerial vehicles and other advanced technologies has created new vulnerabilities that must be addressed. To effectively counter these threats, it is essential that we adopt a comprehensive and integrated approach to CBRN defense. This includes not only development of advanced technologies and equipment, but also establishment of robust policies, procedures, and protocols for prevention, detection, and response. India is a vast country, and as such, we cannot have the same standards for all places like urban centers, rural centers, etc. Here, actually, I would like to actually give my own opinion after having faced a few disasters. One is that, as I said, India is widely different. It is like a subcontinent. So we can't have the same set of procedures everywhere. But in any CBRN incident, the first aspect is detection. The incident has to be detected and recognized as a CBRN incident. That is the first thing before we do anything. Second is, once the incident is detected, then we have to identify what is the threat, whether it is nuclear, whether it is biological, whether it is chemical in origin. If it is in chemical in origin, then what kind of chemical? Because our response will be tailored depending upon what type of, how we identify that. And the third would be the initial response to that incident. Now the initial response across the country, these three things have to be followed. There can be no change in that. So when the first thing which first responder, which includes everybody who will be responding in the golden hour, be it the medical fraternity, whether it is police, civil defense, home guard, fire personnel, even army units located nearby, paramilitary units located nearby. NDRF may be there, may not be there, because they only have limited number of units distributed across the. So they will be actually identifying the hot zone, the warm zone, and the cold zone. Ingress access control has to be made regarding the hot zone, and a control room to monitor the situation has to be established in the cold zone. Now this kind of a setup has to be there. Now as I said, who will be doing this in the initial hour? It will be the first responders, and I have actually described who the first responders are. Now this is the weakest link in India as I see it today. While we have very good capabilities, isolated capabilities, even with the NDRF, for example, I can tell you, the NDRF has very good equipment. Their hazmat vehicle, it costs close to 16 crores. So it has full capabilities. It was deployed, 4 of them were deployed during the G20 summit here. But what happens if the incident happens actually 500 kilometers away? Is that facility readily available there? So any plan which we make has to take into account the different priorities of different areas. So while there will be a minimum level of preparation for across the India, for important sites, for example, like the National Capital Region, Delhi, our financial capital like Bombay, important hubs, industrial hubs, military hubs, etc., we may have a different system. Now this has been done by Israel also. In fact, last Friday we had actually virtual video conferencing meeting with the Israeli Defense Forces as well as their fire and first responder team. It was a pretty long interaction. There they said ki, all of us we have heard ki, the Israel was bombarded with missiles and other things during the current conflict. But was all of Israel protected by their dome, anti-missile system, Iron Dome anti-missile system? No, it was only the important areas which were protected. The rest had to basically fend for themselves. So this is the same model which I am actually advocating here also. We'll have to think on that. Now, as I said, once the zones are identified, the first job for during any incident is the protection of life. Major, all of you presumably are disaster professionals, so you would realize that the maximum deaths, they happen in the initial stage. And if there is a concerted effort during the initial time, then lots of lives can be saved. Specialized teams will only reach later. Now the maximum problem which one faces is, during the initial time is, there is little inter-agency operability. In fact, this I will draw from my experience while facing the Bhuj earthquake. There is in India never any dearth of agency available there. What is not available is a commonality of purpose and an ability to work together. That is an endemic problem across India. So we have to set up protocols, and as Executive Director NIDM very correctly pointed out, this has to be done at the district level. What are the resources available at the district? And how these resources, different agencies can work together. One model can be the incident command system, which the US actually employs effectively during any disaster. So while this is not the right forum to speak on the incident command system, but because in India there is actually a problem, whoever is the senior most officer will helm the incident command, which may not be the most appropriate officer. In the incident command system, system, the most competent officer to handle that incident will helm that system and others will actually, so it is a very standardized system. So in India, we also have to see whether we'll go by our warrant of precedence. Sometimes at the head, you may really have a person who is capable, but sometimes the person may not have that right kind of experience. It is not, because this is a thing which requires expertise and experience both. While initially when I was a young officer, then I used to think that Kabiliyat is everything.
Still we consider you to be
But later, in hindsight, nothing trumps experience. Because for a small situation like a crowd control, when you will use force, when you will use the gas gun, when you will use deadly force, nobody can teach you in the National Police Academy. Unless you have faced a crowd, you really don't know how to go about. Similar thing is for a disaster. Unless you have worked in a disaster areas, you cannot really imagine what are the different areas from which the problem can arise and how to think on your feet and try to find a solution for the problem. I'll just give you an example, again of the Bhuj earthquake. Maybe it is slightly digressing from Cbrn efforts. But one was, of course, in the earthquake, what happens is, in 100 seconds, the entire actually district was demolished. I was in Bhuj town, the entire town was flattened. Close to 20,000 people died in 100 seconds. 150,000 was injured. The Bhuj civil hospital collapsed. 200 people died in that hospital, including doctors there itself. Now, in that situation, and it was winter, so relief material came. It is to be distributed, food, tentage, etc. Now we realize that the local people are not getting that because many beggars, because of the exigency, movement was made free. So all the beggars from 500 kilometers, 700 kilometers, they congregated there. You are getting free food, you are getting tentage to sleep, and daily you be in the line and receive the freebies. So they choked all the relief systems. Now, no amount of classroom preparation can prepare you for such an exigency. So unless you think on your feet, or you have the ability to think on your feet, which will only come by practical experience, you are really not going to go too far. So while this classroom exercises prepares us mentally to face challenges, but the human element behind it, the importance of the same cannot be underestimated. So that is why I am saying, and in India, we have extremely large egos. So interoperability becomes very difficult. I was the superintendent of police. So my Director General of Police asked me, Vivek, I am sending you itna additional DGs, itna DG rank officers. I with folded hand, I said, sir, if you trust me, then send me officers who are willing to work under me. Because it becomes a very big problem. I don't have a place to stay. Where do I, मैं आपको रखूँगा कहाँ, खिलाऊँगा क्या? So anyway, he agreed, and at one point of time, I had 20,000 women and men working under me. From all the paramilitary, CRPF, BSF, SDRF, NDRF, Border Wing Home Guard, etc. Now, there I realized, to get them to work in concert for a common purpose, it becomes extremely difficult because everybody is wearing a badge of rank. This is हमारे सामने. Now, उसमें बड़ा मुश्किल रहता है. मतलब if somebody has one more sitara, then he is unable to. But there is a huge resistance to take any, I wouldn't say orders, but any instructions from a who may be junior. But the point is, in such a situation, the person who is already working there on the ground and a force which has come just 15 minutes back, they will have to take instructions regarding what is to be done. There is no way out. So this issue of how this job has to be done in a concerted fashion, and India is fortunate in a sense that because of our population and the spread of our forces, the armed forces comprise close to 11 lakh. I represent a force of same number, 11 lakhs. Civil defense, home guards and fire services across the country, they are close to 11 lakh. Paramilitary is also 10 to 11, 12 lakhs. Every state has a force, larger states have a force of 1 lakh each. So manpower will not be a constraint. The constraint will come regarding training, working together, a clear-cut SOP regarding how to go about that work, some minimum type of equipment which may be there like the PPE, etc. Because, for example, if there is a nuclear incident, then who in its senses would go there unless he is wearing a protective gear or during a chemical incident? So that must be available. There must be training, specialized teams can be there to conduct it later. But the minimum protocol required for all India wise must be set up. And then there must be specialized teams who can reach there within 10 hours, 12 hours, 14 hours for taking further action. So basically what I am trying to say is twofold. Instead of giving priority, or maybe our attention has to be diverted to both these, we should have specialized agencies who can respond effectively and very professionally to a disaster. But for the initial phase, we have to have a SOP and training for the first responders there in the field. We must have specialized protocols for our vulnerable areas and a minimum protocol for rest of the India. So basically, what I'm trying to say is for the above to happen effectively, the role and responsibility of all agencies as well as NGOs need to be defined, and there should be a degree of multi-agency interoperability. That is very important. The above role will generally fall on the shoulders of first responders, as I have been speaking about, who will invariably be the police, the fire services, the locally available volunteer forces like the civil defense or the home guards, the locally available paramilitary or military units. It also includes educating the public on the risks associated with CBRN incidents, as well as providing them with the necessary information and resources to prepare and respond. As per my understanding, currently, this is a weak area, and it is only specialist agencies like some NDRF teams, etc., who are properly trained to deal with CBRN incidents. Following the immediate operational response, a specialist advice, etc., can be sought, and specialist teams can go there. Now, in the end, in this context, I would commend the organizers for this summit for bringing together such a diverse and distinguished group of experts and stakeholders. I am confident that the discussions and deliberations that take place over the day will be productive and informative, and will help to advance our collective understanding of CBRN threat and how to counter that. In conclusion, I would like to emphasize that CBRN defense is a critical national security priority, and one that requires our urgent and sustained attention. I am proud to be proud of this community, and I am looking forward to working together with all of you to address the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. Thank you, and Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Vivek sir, for your enlightening words. Now I would like to welcome our guest of honor, Lieutenant General Saeed Ata Hasnain ji, member NDMA, to deliver a keynote address. Thank you.
Morning and Jai Hind to everyone. My esteemed fellow panelists, not addressing anyone by name, but thank you so much for being there, encouraging us. Thank you for this invitation to come here and speak at your very important summit. I take a cue from both my fellow panelists who have just spoken, the ED NIDM, Rajendra Ratnu Saab, and Srivastava ji, the DG Fire Services, both alluded to one aspect, which I also want to expand on. As disaster managers at whatever levels we are not really empowered to speak about the technicalities of most disasters. But what we should be proficient at and what we should be speaking about is the management part, right? And while listening to the DG Fire Services, I changed my mind. I said, no, we should not be speaking only on management. We should be speaking on leadership. Because in all these disaster situations, ultimately it is the leadership which works. Today, our Honorable Prime Minister holds his head high because of the great work done by people like the DG Fire Services in the Bhuj earthquake. That's where the Prime Minister got his first experience on disaster management. And today, there can't be a greater professional on disaster management than the Honorable Prime Minister. It led to the passing of the first Disaster Management Act in India, which was done in the state of Gujarat. And the National Disaster Management Act only came in 2005 December, much later than what Gujarat had already done for us. So I'm not going to speak on technicalities at all, except few references here and there. The most important thing, the job which I do in NDMA as a member, is to know about the technicalities of various disasters. But for me, the most important thing is the promotion of awareness. If you have an aware community, if all entire community around India is aware of what can happen in disasters, they are entirely empowered. And you will find that your job will become so much easier. This aspect of in different disaster situations, what kind of contingencies can arise, etc. But this doesn't exist in the country. Even in the NDMA, when I just 2 days ago asked someone to give me a few talking points for this very important summit, I was given a farra, as you call in the army, a farra. You know, it was a thick this thing on various technicalities of chemical warfare and on chemical disasters, biological disasters. I said, I want nothing of this. Put this aside. I'm a leader. I'm a leader come a manager. What I need to highlight for you is the awareness angle, the leadership angle, and the management angle. That is the more important thing. The first thing, in CBRN, to my mind, such an important domain clubbed with 4 things together, CBRN. How can we gain expertise on all 4 of them and speak on all 4 of them in a single seminar on one day? This is not the fault of CPDRR. This is the fault of the communities at large, because they have clubbed CBRN together. And I find increasingly because of that, Radiological gets many times neglected in many knowledge events. The chemical always takes the precedence and the priority. Biological की तो कोई बात ही नहीं करता है आधे वक्त. Why I'm telling you this is I recall that when the first COVID case happened in India, that was the day I entered NDMA as a member. I had no idea what the hell is COVID. I had no idea what kind of a disaster can be coming on us at that time. And I realized no one in NDMA knew anything. What did we do? We rang up the army headquarters and we asked the medical directorate of the army headquarters, can you send us a team to tell us something about this? And the Delhi area sent their full medical team and they gave us a wonderful presentation on it, and that's how our awareness increased. The next thing was, they said, PPEs chahiye. So what is a PPE? No one in NDMA had an idea what is a PPE. And the first organization which came to me was Thapar Group from Jagatjit Cotton Mills in Phagwara. They said, we have the capability of making PPEs. Can you empower us to give us an order to make the first set of PPEs? We send them to the Textiles Ministry. I remember speaking to Secretary Textiles, sending them there and saying, please, if you could, they are the ones who can give us PPEs. Otherwise, PPEs were being imported at that time. Now you see the whole country is flush with PPEs. This is all knowledge and awareness, a deficit of knowledge and awareness which brings about these kind of challenges. If I'm an ex-commander of the Indian Army's 21 Corps at Bhopal. I was there 6 months. I lived in an area, my house was in an area right next to the area which was afflicted by the Bhopal gas tragedy. Right? Now, if as disaster managers you have not read about the Bhopal gas tragedy, you have really read nothing. It was an amazing kind of an event. Understanding what that station master at the Bhopal railway station did to save lives. If we had not given the signal to get those trains out, thousands more would have died inside those trains. 17 trains were to stop in Bhopal railway station that night. He didn't allow a single train to stop, got them going. No one talks about it. A hero in his own right. No one talks about him. But when I went into the community around my house there, no one seems to be aware of anything. Hua tha. If it happens tomorrow again, of course that Union Carbide plant is not there any longer, but if it happens again tomorrow, the same, we would be repeating the same tragedy. People were not aware of it at all. As the DG Fire Services very correctly said, you have to experience it. If you have to experience it once, you will never forget it. And that is where the lessons learnt part comes. I always recommend to Rajendra Ratnu Sahab that in the NIDM, one of the major components which must always be there is a special section on lessons learnt. We have an organization in our Army Training Command called the Center for Army Lessons Learnt. It's called CALL, CALL. It's an exclusive organization where anywhere an operation has happened, Jammu and Kashmir, Nagaland, Manipur, anywhere on the line of control, within a fortnight you're supposed to write out what was that operation, what were the lessons learned from it, and send it to CALL. And CALL compiles this entire thing and gives out bulletins from time to time. This is something that I would strongly recommend that NIDM can do, because they are the ones who can really empower us with this kind of knowledge. I remember when the Ludhiana gas tragedy happened, we were all flummoxed. We had no idea what this gas was. We asked for NDRF, we asked for the army to come, and all kinds of responders came. We couldn't really make out. Later we realized it was hydrogen sulfide, which was there, which came about because some acidic material had been downloaded or thrown into a drain by some mithai shop or whatever it was, and that had gone and mixed down below with the other chemicals or whatever were present there, and it was H2S. I'm sure you remember H2S gas from your school days. H2S is the very famous bad egg gas, the smell with the bad eggs, rotten eggs. And that is what affected it. 11 people died in that gas tragedy, and primarily one of the major things in it, of course, it was contained very quickly by virtue of the fact that the DC, a lady deputy commissioner who was there, did a marvelous job, absolutely. I mean, she's the one who isolated that area and got it evacuated immediately. It's because of her proactiveness that we didn't lose lives that day. So these are the kind of things that we need to be aware of from time to time, and I entirely agree with the DG Fire Services that the incident response system, something that we have evolved, which we have taken from the Americans, of course, we have tried to bring it about in our own ways. The NDMA has got booklets on this which we are issuing out in thousands to people. Who reads it? Who reads it? Because we find that mostly when we go for mock exercises anywhere, no one is even aware of what an incident response system is. Right? And very correctly what he just mentioned, that suggestion is absolutely apt. You needn't have the senior-most officer as the responsible officer there or the incident commander there. You should be the person who's most proficient at it, who knows the dynamics of it. That's the way it should be done. This is all part of management. Chemical, of course, we are all aware that chemical disasters or, the domain that we are talking about has two aspects. One is accidental issues which become disasters. And the second is that we are also looking at a potential terrorist-related issue. You got the NSG sitting here. Good to see the NSG here. We got terrorist-related issues, any CBRN kind of threats. I find that during G20, when we got the first task in the NDMA to conduct a couple of events to sensitize people on CBRN threats during the G20 summit, we went to various organizations. We found the most proficient organization which had full knowledge on this was the NSG. Right? They had an IG, they had their officers who were well trained in it, they knew it, and they are the ones who came forward and actually conducted many of these mock exercises. You'll be happy to know we conducted mock exercises even on Taj Mahal Singh. A full CBRN exercise was conducted on that. On Bharat Mandapam, we've done a lot of these exercises before, but I find that the people who are knowledgeable on it, people who are proficient on it are all disparate at the moment. They are not can't easily converge together. An event such as this is something which was dearly missing actually, so sorely missing. We needed it. And I would have been happier to see every single seat filled here, although it's a Saturday morning. What you really need to do is, I think, CPDRR, what you really need to do is to identify more people who are stakeholders. Because I think you are a core organization which is doing a wonderful service to the nation. And if you can get more people into this, and we will help you. You come to us, we will identify for you people. I personally feel Delhi administration, people from the Delhi administration should be here today. Some of them just to be aware of things. From the Delhi police I think is already here, is it? No, Delhi police is not here. Delhi police, they should be here. These kind of knowledge events come rarely. But I'm happy to tell you that in the near future, you're going to find a flurry of these events happening. The NDMA itself is taking it upon to conduct a couple of CBRN events, couple of events on chemical disasters alone, which we feel that is the major hazard which we have to look at. The transportation of chemicals particularly. You see, one is you have chemicals in a plant like the Vizag plant, which during COVID had closed down, and when it was being reopened, you found that is the time when that incident happened. 12 people died in that Vizag incident with styrene gas, right? So, the conveyance, you find recently this incident which happened in Jaipur, where this truck, carrier of gas, cooking gas, LPG, was hit by a bus or something like that, or by another lorry, and a number of people who died in that. And you should know that the first question when the review of the 8th review of the NDMA by the Prime Minister, the first question the Prime Minister asked was, did the NDMA send someone to investigate this disaster which happened on the road in Jaipur? The Prime Minister is all the time monitoring these kind of events himself. And it's important that we be totally up to it to be able to answer. When the Vizag event happened, not many people knew what the gas itself was. Most of us were not proficient enough to know what the hell that chemical was which had leaked out at that time. The last bit. I think it's important for us to understand that as India, Viksit Bharat moves forward, as you look at a $5 trillion economy, a $10 trillion economy, your industry is going to expand. When industry expands, chemical particularly, industry is going to expand exponentially. When that happens, if safety guidelines are not adhered to, we are going to be hit very badly. And that is why it's important that we create a community of people who bring about this awareness to industry too, from a preparedness angle and also from a response angle. Because as any nation progresses and development takes place, this kind of a threat only expands. Similarly, with tourism expanding, for example, you find roads being widened. You find in Himachal Pradesh, wide roads which were single ways have become double or 4 carriageways or something like that. And your hillsides are all crumbling. Those are all potentialities for hazards, for disasters to happen. So as development takes place, disasters only increase. And that is why as the disaster management community within India, our awareness needs to keep expanding. Glad to see a lot of good people here. My good wishes to you. My good wishes to all our responders, the NDRF, the local Abda Mitras, the communities, the civil defense and home guards in particular, who are doing a great job in the Mahakumbh also, let me tell you. The NSG, local police, CAPFs, the Indian Army, Air Force, Navy, all these uniformed services are doing a wonderful job on this. But it can always be done better if your knowledge on issues concerning disasters is better than what it is currently. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak to you. God bless.
Thank you so much, Lieutenant General Sayyidata Hasnain sir, for your invaluable insights on CBRN disasters. Now I would like to welcome Mr. Rakesh Kumar Sharma sir, CEO and Academic Director, CDPRR, to deliver a vote of thanks.
Good morning, respected dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. It's my profound honor and privilege to extend the vote of thanks on behalf of the Center for Preparedness, Disaster Preparedness, Recovery and Research, and our esteemed partner institute, Shri Guru Gobind Singh Tri-Centenary SGT University, Gurugram, to all those who have made today's event a resounding success. First and foremost, I extend my deepest gratitude to Lieutenant General Retired Syed Atta Hasnain, Param Vishesh Seva Medal, UYSM, AVSM, SM, VSM, and BAR, Honorable Member of National Disaster Management Authority. Sir, your valuable insight and inspiring word have set the tone for this event and reinforced the importance of building a resilient and prepared nation. Thank you for gracing the occasion, sir. I express my deep appreciation to Shri Vivek Srivastava, IPS, Director General of Fire Services, Civil Defense and Home Guards, for your esteemed presence, for sharing your invaluable expertise on emergency response strategies, especially your experience in Bhuj, and for emphasizing the critical role of first responders in CBRN disaster management. Sir, we are honored to have you here with us today. I also thank Shri Rajendra Ratnu, IAS, Executive Director, National Institute of Disaster Management, NADM, for your thought-provoking address on capacity development and preparedness. Sir, we look forward to joining you in your efforts, especially in the area of CBRN disaster resilience. I am deeply thankful to my friend and colleague, Dr. Atul Kumar Nasa, Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, SGT University Gurugram, our strategic partner, for the institution's steadfast support in fostering research and innovation in disaster management, and for adding significant value to today's discussion with your experience as a former drug controller of Delhi and insight on disaster management, especially biological disaster. A special note of gratitude to the galaxy of our invited keynote speakers and panelists drawn from Bhabha Atomic Research Center, Defense R&D Organization, National Institute of Disaster Management, Cbrn Warrior India Foundation, fire and emergency responders, critical infrastructure experts, eminent CBRN specialists from the foremost government hospitals in Delhi, and leading CBRN simulation trainers from academia for agreeing to share their knowledge and experience and trigger thought-provoking discussions to broaden our perspective. I am sanguine that their insight will make today's event engaging and impactful, fostering a deeper understanding of critical aspects of CBRN disaster management and inspiring us to work together in this critical area. A very special acknowledgement to luminaries and committed stakeholders. I got a number of them, I don't want to name them individually, whose experience, guidance, and support have been invaluable. Your presence, sir, has enriched this event. Thank you for always leading us by example and inspiring us all. I also extend my sincere appreciation to the organizing team of CDPRR, SDT University, and our host partner, RESCOR, our knowledge partner, CBRN Warrior India Foundation, and our media partner, Mediletics Digital Convergence, for their unwavering support in amplifying the significance of CBRN risk mitigation and preparedness. Finally, to our wonderful delegates, industry leaders, academicians, and students, I thank you all for your enthusiastic participation. Your presence and engagement have been the cornerstone of this summit success. Today, CBRN Summit has been a remarkable confluence of knowledge, experience, and expertise, addressing some of the most pressing challenges of CBRN risk management and response. Let us carry this valuable insight and knowledge gained today, strengthening our collaborative efforts for a safer and more CBRN resilient society. Thank you all. I look forward to future collaboration with each one of you. Have a great day ahead. Jai Hind. God bless.
In the end of this inaugural session of CBRN Summit, as a token of our appreciation, we invite our esteemed guests to accept a special memento, symbolizing our gratitude to their valuable presence and contributions to the summit. I request Dr. R.K. Sharma, CEO and Academic Director of CDPRR, to present the memento to our esteemed guests. To present this to Lieutenant General Syed Ata Hasnain, sir. To present this to Sri Vivek Srivastava, sir, DG Fire Services, Civil Defense and Home Guards. I invite Pro VC SGT University Dr. Nasa to present this memento to Dr. Sri Rajendra Ratno, sir, IS Executive Director, NIDM. I request our esteemed guests to have a group photo, please. Thank you so much for this, joining in this inaugural session. I request everybody to join and participate in the tea session. This is for next 15 minutes. Tea is served outside.
the co-panelists to please join us on the dais. I request Dr. Surya Prakash, Professor at National Institute of Disaster Management, to join us on the dais. Shri Probal Chaudhary, Outstanding Scientist and Head Health Physics Division, BARC. Sir, welcome. Dr. Nirmaljeet Kaur, Head of the Department Microbiology, Dr. Ram Manohar Lohia Hospital. Ma'am, you are welcome. Dr. Vinod Kaushik, please join us. He is Joint Director at Institute of Nuclear Medicine and Light Sciences, DRDO. And Shri Umesh Sharma, ADG, Directorate of Fire Services, Civil Defense and Home Guard. I think we'll take 1 minute because I think he must be escorting his DG. Let him come back and join.
अपना नंबर आप दे दीजिए।
सर मेल भेजी थी तो जब मांगा था तो उन्होंने कर दिया। अच्छा लाया हूँ सर, मैं आपका चेला हूँ ऐसे मान लीजिए। अब ये इसमें लगेगी नहीं लगेगी? ये
नहीं लग जाएगी, लग जाएगी। आप यहाँ लोड कर दो इसको।
ये लगा हुआ है सर, पेन ड्राइव लगी, इसे निकाल दो।
Yeah, please join.
ये है सर।
कोई और तो नहीं था अपने फाइल वाइल कोई और?
ना ना यही है सर। इसको कॉपी कैसे होगी ये?
मैं कर दूँ, छोड़ो।
कंट्रोल से करके
ठीक है,
खोल के देख लो सर एक बार।
हाँ
अभी मत निकालो, खोल के देख लेता हूँ, चलना भी चाहिए ना। आ रहे सर। पेज डाउन कहाँ है इसमें?
यहाँ से
पेज डाउन।
ये होगा, अदरवाइज ये इसका टाइप हो गया।
ठीक है सर। इसको निकाल दो सर।
So I think my panel is complete here now. Madam, you want to load?
My PPT must have been loaded. I gave yesterday to Sonia.
आप लाएं या तो इस बैकअप?
मेरे पास WhatsApp पे है, WhatsApp।
चलो मैं मंगवा दूँगा उनसे, मैं मंगवा देता हूँ उनसे। So friends, session 1, the agenda is CBRN threat and preparedness. I have made a small presentation giving my perspective of this very important topic. See, what is CBRN? I think all of you know, I need not dwell upon that. But I just want to tell that this is beyond the spore word. CBRN, normally what we call is chemical, biological, radiological and nuclear. And if you look at the spectrum, here, so hazardous industrial chemical and material, including military chemical weapons and synthesized poisons, commercially available toxins, biotoxins, hazardous waste. Now even one new category, as in the morning somebody was discussing, pharmaceutical based agents are also coming, which can cripple you in case they are disseminated. Then in biological, we have got, as normally we say, pathogenic microbes and biotoxins from molds and plants, venoms from insects and bio-waste. Here emerging viruses, re-emerging infectious disease, we have got a good panel here, I think madam will be talking about that. And synthetic biology, we can design new viruses, new microbes using various tools which are available commercially. Engineered pathogens could be there, and antimicrobial resistance, as Professor Nasa brought out in the morning, is coming up in a big way. We have got resistance microbes which are really a threat. And in radiological, we have got experts from BARC, nothing could be better than that, Health Physics Department. They will be discussing about radiological material, especially which are in use in medical and commercial for industrial safety and all that, dirty bumps and radiological dispersal device. And nuclear, we know everything that, especially we talk about special nuclear material, or also called as fissile material, nuclear waste, reactor sabotage, cyber nuclear nexus, and nuclear bomb. So, going further, just 4 or 5 lines about CBRN hazards I want to say, that a normal victim and a CBRN victim, what is the difference? A CBRN victim can have exposure and or external or internal contamination. One thing is there which is marking it different from a normal classical disaster victim, and CBRN victim is contamination. Then biohazards can result in contagious disease also. So, CBRN hazards are potential threats and pose risk. CBRN threat pose a constant and evolving challenge to global security. I will just touch upon this topic, why it is called evolving challenge. So, if you today run something, it is not that it is the end of it and you become a CBRN expert. Things are evolving, new technologies are coming, new method of detections are coming, new method of countermeasures are coming. We have to keep abreast. CBRN events are no longer hype or horror, but are stern realities. I will touch upon some of the events which are aid memory. CBRN events can occur accidentally, intentionally, or could be a natural outbreak also. So, we will touch upon all this topic in today's panel discussion. So, what are the various scenarios? It's very difficult to classify them or to put them together, but I have tried to put it as war and state-sponsored threats, non-state actor threats, assassination done with CBRN agents, ethnic conflicts, negligent and accidental releases, and epidemics and pandemic. But if you look at the classical way how we classify this threat spectrum, so there is a series of things. Hazardous chemical agents could be reckless handling of hazardous chemical or material during production or during storage, during transportation, even including pipelines. Industrial accident, we have got the worst example as it was being discussed in Bhopal tragedy. Then criminal poisoning, I will touch upon something. Toxic releases, oil spills, incidents involving toxic chemical waste. We have a big halla gulla at the end of December last year, when the hazardous waste from Bhopal was being transported to Pithampur near Indore. Then external threat of sabotage, that is from the security point of view. Then we have got similar things for chemical warfare agent, biological agent, nuclear and radiological agent. I will not repeat it for sake of time. We will discuss in detail during our discussion. This is one thing which is, I think, we are together, we are as vulnerable as any other country in the world. Beside emerging scientific capabilities and technological advances, the major factor that influences spectrum of CBRN threats are geopolitical dynamics and the evolving tactics of both state and non-state actors. When I say geopolitical tensions fueling state and non-state actor risk, I am talking about many unstable nations are around us. We have seen recently in Bangladesh, previous to that we have seen in Sri Lanka and then Afghanistan. We are seeing partly in Pakistan also. So, beside players like LTTE or Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan, things like that, recently they abducted some nuclear scientists. Non-proliferation challenges posed by Iran, Democratic People's Republic of Korea, etc. We know about their aims and the threats which they are carrying at the type of weaponry and the delivery device they have got. The non-state actor trying to get possession of NBC warheads and delivery system. Pakistan is a recent example. The collapse of state control in certain regions here excavated concern that CBRN weapons might fall in the hand of terrorists. Again, Pakistan is a live example. deteriorating state solvencies, illicit armed trades, proxy wars, rogue scientists. I just try to put together last 1 century of things which has happened from the First World War, then Hiroshima and Nagasaki, which ended the Second World War. Then we have famous Spanish flu. Then the thing which happened in Bhopal, thing which happened in Chernobyl. Then we are talking about influenza H1N1, H5N1, roughly around 2009, 2010. Then 2011, we have seen triple disaster of Fukushima, which started with a simple earthquake, gone into tsunami, and then affected the nuclear plant. And then COVID is a recent example, and we have seen how it has affected us for more than 2 years. Chemical warfare agents have been used against certain ethnic populations. Like this is, I am showing you some picture from Halbaja, Iraq, 1988, wherein all sort of chemical warfare agent was used. I will not go into detail. Then we had, we are always remembering the term recce and then actual incidents. So on the first panel, I am showing you recce done in June 94. You are seeing some 3 vehicles which have been modified by terrorists, and these terrorists are a group called as Om Shinkriyo. It's nothing to do with the religious Hindu Om, but it's a terrorist group in Japan, which were making sarin gas, and they designed these vehicles, and with the help of propelling power of a fan, they directed sarin gas to an apartment block where some judges used to live, which were to pronounce some judgment next day against them. They got an inkling and they got rid of some 2 of them beside number of people. But this incident, which was a recce done by this terrorist, alarmed Japanese system that yes, sarin is a weapon which is in the hand of terrorists. And they were prepared for handling any casualties. And on 20th March, we have seen Tokyo subway attack. Again, I am not going to divulge. Simultaneous attack at 5 different locations. And the modus operandi was very interesting. In pouches, just like milk pouches, they were carrying solution of sarin with them. And they were also carrying umbrella with a pointed tip. So at the pre-designated areas, they just slipped these pouches which were wrapped in a newspaper so that nobody could suspect them to be terrorists, and then punctured it with the help of pointed nose of umbrella and jumped off the train. And we know rest how it happened. Assassination, we have got 3 cases. One is half brother of North Korea dictator Kim Jong-un. He was assassinated in 2017 at Kuala Lumpur International Airport. Some ladies came back and smeared some liquid on his cheeks, and within moments he was no more. Then we have got Skripal, this thing in UK, and also in Sturgas, wherein a door handle of their apartment was laced with a persistent poison called as Novichok by Russians. And also you can see in the lower this thing, Don Strogos and Charles Rowley. And here they just got a small atomizer, just like your perfume which you are using at home, and he brought it home and then sprayed, and then we had some issues. So there are a lot of other incidents. I am just giving you some example. This is famous assassination umbrella to get rid of a Bulgarian dissident by the Russian. Here what they did, they modified an umbrella into a rifle, and they took a small bullet, make 2 holes perpendicular to each other, and put 1/5 of a milligram of a compound called as ricin, which is extracted from castor bean. Castor bean is not a difficult thing to obtain, and to take out ricin from that is something which can be done in kitchen biochemistry lab. So this person who was standing at the bus stop, he was injected this bullet in the thigh by a lady who was standing at his back, and he died of ricin poisoning. Then we have got a famous incident which happened in UK. Again, a double agent who was working for UK MI6 and MI5, and he was previously working with the Russians, and he wrote a couple of books against the Kremlin administration. So he was given a cup of tea laced with polonium-210, and within a few days you can see how from a lustrous hair what he was carrying before the event, how he got symptoms like what we see in radiation patients. Then we have got post 9/11 posting of anthrax attacks, and this didn't stop here. We even got some letter in this subcontinent also. We are getting it routinely, and postal department is being trained for keeping the mail of vulnerable people scanned for this. Then we have got a famous Mayapuri radiological incident. Again, I will not go into detail. All of you know that a radiator which was there in Delhi University with Professor Sharma, and how it reached the scrap yard of Mayapuri, how it was opened, who opened the thing, and who was exposed, and then one person took a small piece of it, put it in the purse, and then kept the purse in the back pocket, and then how he got burns here, what I'm showing it in this panel, when he was keeping the purse in the front pocket, when he was keeping purse in the back pocket, his hips were burnt, beta burns, and then persons who was sleeping over the particular sanduk in which they have kept these legs and pencils, and how his hand was burned, and how he lost, he had alopecia on half of his head. Recently, I was just listening TV, and थूक के बाद अब जैविक जिहाद, one deputy CMO, there was a conspiracy to kill him by adding some some resistance bacteria, say totally resistance MDR and TDR strain of TB into his food and beverages, and how it was opened up. I got a video, but I am not playing it. Then next is, we have seen protest in MP over toxic waste shift, and 2 people have set fire on themselves. So we talk about community resilience. This is another aspect of community resilience. In case you are not telling the community about the safety aspect being taken when the hazardous waste is one, so this type of things will erupt. Friends, this is my last slide. Here I am talking about why CBRN is called an imperative and evolving threat. See, one thing is that natural disaster or an act of negligence can increase the CBRN risk. And one good thing about CBRN is that sometimes they don't require even detonation. Simply keep a radiation exposure device, like we are sitting here for half an hour. Somebody can just stick a small radiation exposure device. All of us will be getting good amount of radiation. My friend from BRC will agree with me by the time we get up after the panel discussion. Then we talk about safety and security of existing CBRN material, which is tentative in many corners of the world. We all agree on that. We talk about dual use technology. We called about pharmaceutical based agents, which are accessible to non-state actors. So there are indications that terrorists are either possessing CBRN weapon as such, or intend to acquire them for malicious purpose. In the first slide, I have shown a group of Tehreek-e-Taliban people who has abducted more than a dozen radiological and nuclear scientists from a facility in Pakistan, and then still we don't know about their whole fate, and maybe my friend from BRC will tell us about that. So, and we know about many terrorist groups like Al-Qaeda, ISIS. We have a number of reports I can talk about for hours on how they have intentions, what type of booklets they have made for CBRN agents to educate their new recruits. Then rising risk of pandemic due to globalization, climate change, and re-emerging disease. I think we have got a lot of interesting panelists who can be talking about that. Easy and unprecedented accessibility to dangerous knowledge on sophisticated CBRN, even including their weaponization and their mean of delivery. Tehreek-e-Taliban has test-fired one missile. So if they have got delivery system in the form of missile, and if they get access to a nuclear material or something called CBRN material, I think only we have to be prepared to handle such eventuality. Then last thing which I want to touch is convergence of advanced technologies which are coming up in the area of CBRN. We are talking about cyber attacks, we are talking about drones, we are talking about autonomous vehicles, we are talking about CRISPRs, we are talking about DNA, synthetic biology, we are talking about mRNA based technology, we are talking about 3D printing, artificial intelligence, and large language models, LLM. So all these things are making our life more difficult because these are new technologies unless until we also acquaint with them and prepare against them, and how to neutralize such thing and how to prevent such thing from happening in the first instance, and in the case of unfortunate event of its happening, how to mitigate the thing. So, all these things are very important. Now, I think Nirmal Jeet Kaur, head of the department microbiology, Dr. Ram Manohar Lohia Hospital, for her presentation.
Thank you so much. I thanks the organizer to invite me to be a part of this gathering, August gathering, and so that I can put my views into it. And I hope this kind of collaboration will continue, so that this aspect, which in the morning somebody was saying that this aspect of CBRN is not much talked of, so that can be taken care of. So these kinds of collaborations are very important, so that we can fill in the gaps. Now I will talk about biological part of CBRN. So as you know, what is disaster? Disaster is when it is a harm to the community, and it can harm human beings, materials, environment, and of course economy. So these are the hazards, and as far as I know, E has also been added for the explosives. Now when we talk about public health, it can harm public health of people, and of course it is a question on security when we talk about biohazards. And it can harm infrastructures, anything which comes its way. What the lessons we have learned from COVID in the recent past. Now, the thing is why it occurs. This can be a natural disaster. When we focus on biohazards, it can be a natural disaster. Or it can be accidental. While the labs are handling these bio agents which can cause harm to human being or animals or plants, accidentally they get exposure to the environment and they spread. Or worst, it can be intentional. And intentional is by the terrorists. It is a kind of terrorism which is also known as biowarfare. So for this, it requires very specialized response and mitigation strategies. Now there is a team which is called Rapid Response Team, which has been talked of in the morning talks. So they are people who have expertise and they can respond in the rapid manner to mitigate this kind of problem, first to contain and control and then mitigate these problems. So these teams work at different levels like district, state and national levels, and there are different heads of these teams at different levels. So what do these teams do? Like in the morning it was said that first it is important to know whether something has happened or not. So even we in the hospitals, if there is a biowarfare, if we know that there is a clustering of cases which are very unusual and they never happened before, so it is a green signal to us, rather red signal I would say, that it tells us that something wrong has happened. So their alert should have risen in the minds of treating clinicians. Why it has happened? Is it because of some mischief or terrorist activities? So if we know that yes, some outbreak has happened, then we have to plan accordingly. First identify and then understand what it is, and then we have to control it, and mitigating strategies have to be made. And for this, we need manpower, we need resources, and of course, knowledge and expertise. But we should be aware that these organisms may come back, and we have no clue what they were, because like if we talk about smallpox, smallpox has been eradicated from the world. But we do have these organisms, because suppose we need it in future, if it emerges, because there are emerging diseases, there are re-emerging diseases. And suppose it emerges, then where would we have the virus to make vaccines? So we are keeping these organisms, and that too in a very secure way. And if they are used, and they are used to spread terror, then what happens? So we have to see what we can do, and we have to do outbreak investigation, and we have to plan management, and of course, like in the morning they said, lesson learned are very important. So first responders are firefighters, emergency medical services, law enforcement, and there are specialized teams which know about CBRN management. So these are the emergency responders and paramedics. Here the key roles are triage. Triage is done in the hospitals. Whenever there is emergency, what we do is that we give 3 colors, which is red, rather 4, red, yellow, green and black. So red is people who need immediate attention of the clinicians. Yellow are which are seriously injured. Green they don't need, and black is people who have died already. So this is called triage. And we have to train lab technicians to analyze sample, because whenever there is such kind of situations, we have to treat paramedics and lab technicians so that they can be of some help to identify what has happened. Similarly, military personnel for quarantine, like in COVID, people who were suffering from COVID, those houses were cordoned off and nobody was allowed to come out and go in. And that was the way how we contained this kind of pandemic which occurred. So apart from manpower and skilled professionals, we need materials like epidemic kits, which contain digital camera, GPS devices, notebooks, printers, mobile phone with internet access, lab materials, and most importantly, personal protective equipment. Now, our main aim is first to identify, control, and contain the infectious outbreaks. But yes, if we learn lessons, we can prevent it also, and thus reducing mortality and morbidity, and thus save lives. Here I will be emphasizing on human health. Though these biowarfares can target animals, they can target plants. Like recently happened that weeds, they were, along with the vegetations, they came to India and they have, destroyed a lot of crops. Similarly in the animals. Now what is the role of laboratory? Now role of laboratory is diagnosis. But when CBRN happens, I am concentrating on B, there should be a rapid diagnosis. And what we can do sitting in the hospitals, we have to have samples. Like in COVID, we had nasopharyngeal swabs, which are coming from all the places, and we were diagnosing COVID. But think of the places where this biohazard can happen, where people cannot come to our place. They are remote areas, so labs can go there. And if even labs can't go there, so we have to have tests. Tests can go there. If the lab can't go there, test kit can go there. So those kits are called point of care test kits, POCTs. So these kits, people are trained, they can take the kits. So in a way, lab is going to the people who are affected. Very close to patients, lab has gone. Mobile lab also goes up to a certain level, their samples are received. But POCT is that lab is going individually to each and every patient. So if we know this is an outbreak, and if we understand how is it caused, then the first thing is that we have to isolate the patient so that that patient does not transmit this disease to the neighboring personnel, be it a doctor, healthcare professional, or any other person. So we have to contain it. For this, we require isolation. PPE should be worn by patient. PPE should be worn by person who is visiting the patient. This is how we can contain infectious diseases. And when we get the samples, they are also biohazardous. They can cause contamination if there is any leakage. So one has to make sure that these samples are transported very appropriately so that it doesn't harm the person who's bringing, nor the agent which is in the sample. That should also not be destroyed, so that by the time it reaches the lab, we can diagnose what it is. So all these things along with the waste is very important. It is not done away with once we diagnose it. We also have to be very careful about the waste which is generated, because this waste is also hazardous. So that has to be treated. So the things go very long way. Then I will say it is not only waste. We have to plan further how it had happened. We make data. We plan to prevent future such incidences. How we can, like vaccinations have an important role. If we understand that this kind of thing is happening, so whatever vaccines are available, suppose it is because of some toxin, antitoxins can be given, and how to prevent. We have to educate people through media so that they can get knowledge, and we can work at peripheral individual levels. So it has to go a very long way once this kind of incidents happens. So there are precautions which are called infection control precautions. Some precautions are standard precautions which we are taking every day. Every day we deal with the patient and we consider each patient as infective, and so we treat each and every patient as if he is harboring very strong infectious agents. So we take all the precautions. But if we know how this has happened, like we take example of COVID, we know how it spreads. It spreads through respiratory pathway. So once we come to know that this is COVID or this is XYZ disease which has occurred, so we have to take additional respiratory precautions. So we have to, for example, COVID, we have to wear special mask which can prevent the virus from entering us. So that mask has to be worn by the patient, mask has to be worn by people who are coming into contact with the patient, or if some person is in the crowd, then also this mask was worn. So this is how additional precautions keep on adding depending upon the biological warfare agent which is causing this disease. So these are called transmission based precautions. So these precautions, one has to tell each, this has to be told to society through media that these kinds of precautions they have to take to prevent themselves, droplet precautions. Suppose it is smallpox. You must have heard that there were cases of monkeypox. Monkeypox is just like smallpox, and in that we required contact precautions. One shouldn't touch each other. So their contact precautions will be additional precautions. Similarly, airborne precautions. And these are the part of personal protective equipment which we are using in the hospitals to prevent transmission of infection in either direction. So these are hand hygiene steps are very important. Gloves, then skin clothing, then there is mask, goggles and face shield. Then we have, I told you that rapid diagnostic tests, they are very important and they are based on molecular tests like PCR and CRISPR. They can detect these agents by targeting the nucleus of the agent. They directly target the nucleus, and from the everybody has different genes. So by the genetic constitution of the organisms, we can know which organism is this. So that is a foolproof method of knowing which organism is this, and that too very fast. Within hours we come to know. There are biosensors which can tell us if the air is containing these biofar agents. Similarly, we have isothermal amplification techniques which detects DNA and RNA, and mobile labs. Mobile labs will go to the field and they are transported on various kinds of vehicles, be it truck, and they have all the things which would be required in the field. Skilled personnel, machineries to detect diagnostic kits, PPE and decontamination. They will have air changes so that wherever they go, they do not cause harm to the neighboring areas, whether they are hot areas, warm and cold. So it is going from cold to warm areas. So there it should not cause any accident while going. So there are air changes in this so that it is dealt with there only. So it is not a source of infection. So there people who are going in that, skilled professionals and lab workers, they will receive the samples and they will do on-site testing. These are very sophisticated types of equipments which are lying in the mobile van, like PCR is there. Then for tuberculosis, we heard that multi-drug resistant tuberculosis is a hazard. It is difficult to treat, and in the coming times, this is going to be a very big hazard, even if it is not a biowarfare, because we are heading to antibiotic resistance, which is going to be a big problem, and also viruses, as we said. Now these agents, they have a knowledge which is being misused. Like we know that smallpox is eradicated. Now suppose these agents like smallpox is used as a biofar agent, we don't have any immunity against smallpox because it was long eradicated in 1975. So now we don't have herd immunity against smallpox. Suppose it comes, we are going to have it in a very serious way and we are going to lose lives. So this kind of knowledge is being used when these agents are used for biowarfare. This is about POCT, which I have talked about. So this is assured, rather there is a reassured criteria. Means real time, R is for reassured is real time. Real time situation has to be known, what is happening through GPS and mobile data, and there are other things which will tell us about the real time situation, what is happening. And E is for easy. The diagnostic procedures should be easy, affordable, sensitive, specific, user-friendly, rapid, equipment-free, and deliverable to the end users. So these are the various organisms which can be used for biowarfare, like HIV, hepatitis B, C, typhoid, TB, that too multi-drug resistant TB, Zika, dengue, malaria, COVID, influenza, RSV. So these are the way POCT works. It is that just you have to put the sample and you get the report there and then. But then these tests has to be confirmed. These tests will be confirmed in the labs because validity of these tests is a big question mark. And of course, food and water safety testing is very important, because it's not that we go there and if we don't provide safe food and safe water, then we'll end up in some other problem where we have gone to deal with. So that is very important. So conclusion is that we should consider that these are going to be a possibility in the near future, and we have to train everybody. Medical community has to be taken hand in hand with other people like police force or civil defense or disaster management team. So medical community has to be hand in hand, and we have to construct a strong global norm so that these kinds of things we have to prepare, and we have to learn how we can prevent it in future, and we have to be very vigilant so that we can understand that this has happened. So thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for a very lucid presentation, what we expected from a microbiologist of a hospital, a very busy hospital in Delhi. Thank you, madam, for your time. Now we come to the third aspect of our threat, CBRN threat, and I think there could not be any other person better than Shri Prabal Chaudhary, outstanding scientist and head health physics, BARC. Sir, we would like to have your views on this. You can sit here and use mic or wherever you're comfortable.
I think I'll go there.
Most welcome.
थैंक यू डॉक्टर राकेश शर्मा. गुड आफ्टरनून. हम लोग थोड़ा इंटरेक्टिव हो जाए. हाउ अबाउट इट? गुड और बैड? वन थिंग आई कैन से सो मेनी थिंग्स, बट इफ यू ऑल्सो गेट इन्वॉल्व, मेरे ख्याल से थोड़ा अच्छा रहेगा सबके लिए. हाँ जी, टाइम है? अच्छा, नहीं ठीक है सर, इसे भी कर लेते हैं. हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू आर अवेयर ऑफ रेडिएशन? सभी, ऑलमोस्ट ऑल. यहाँ पे है रेडिएशन? कैसे कैसे पता चला आपको यहाँ पे है? So all of us are exposed to radiation. Now there are two types of radiation. One is ionizing radiation, another is non-ionizing radiation. So non-ionizing radiation means they are not having enough energy to cause ionization. अभी ionization है क्या? ठीक है, बोल दिया मैंने. Ionization means if a particular electron is knocked out from an atom, it becomes ionized. As simple as that, because those radiations are having sufficient energy like gamma, X-ray, beta, alpha, and also neutrons. ठीक, इतना हो गया. अभी सिंपल आयनाइजिंग रेडिएशन. दैट मीन्स वी आर नॉट डिस्कसिंग अबाउट माइक्रोवेव रेडिएशन एंड अदर रेडिएशंस. There are places in the world, including in India, there is a very high level of ionizing radiation. Like in beaches of Kerala, they are having monazite sands. They are giving exposure to the people, and they are all natural. And if we fly in an aircraft, there also we get exposed to higher radiation than what we experience when we are on the ground. So there is natural radiation, there is a variation of radiation and variation of ionizing radiation. अभी एक natural हो गया. Then we have man-made radiation. What is that man-made radiation? Anyone? Man-made radiation? मेडिकल फील्ड में रेडिएशन सभी को चाहिए. वी वांट एक्सरे, राइट? वी वांट radiation treatment. So these are man-made. That means radiation is being used for the benefit of the mankind. That is why we have to go for man-made radiation. One is in the healthcare, and there are applications in the industry as well as in the field of nuclear power, so nuclear generation. So that means we all agree that the radiation has to be used, but the radiation has to be used with care, yes, and not with fear. You don't have to be afraid of radiation, and at the same time you should be extremely careful with radiation. Now in the opening session, member NDMA, Lieutenant General Hasnain, he mentioned that we don't have experience. Yes, true, we never had any experience of radiation emergency or nuclear emergency. Then how do we learn the lessons? So we have to learn the lessons. He has mentioned about the center CALL. Mayapuri is one of the only incident in India which is a radiological emergency. Apart from that, till today, we don't have any incident of radiation emergency and no incident of nuclear emergency. Now, what is nuclear emergency and what is radiation emergency? The radiation emergency is the emergency which is caused due to exposure of a radioactive source, whereas the nuclear energy which is coming out of a nuclear fission chain reaction, the like what had happened in Fukushima. How many of you are aware of Fukushima? Yes, in the morning it was said that Fukushima disaster was there. How many people were killed in Fukushima? 1,60,000, it was mentioned in the morning. That is not because of, it's correct, the answer is, statement is correct, but there was not a single death. I will repeat, not a single death due to radiation from Fukushima nuclear accident. And there is a scale, international scale. The Fukushima nuclear accident is put at the highest scale. That means you cannot have any worse accident than the Fukushima accident. But what happened? Nothing. People were killed due to the tsunami and not a single person died due to radiation. This is a fact. The experience. How do we gain experience? We, along with the defense forces, have been, and response forces like NDRF, have been conducting exercises, radiation emergency exercises, nuclear emergency exercises. I would like to give an example. We had Air Force Institute of NBC Protection, that is NBC Protection. Later on it was named as Cbrn AFINB. There we used to conduct regular exercises of several defense personnel were trained. There we used to simulate radioactive environment and train them, as well as we also get trained in how to respond to radiation emergency. Again in the morning, it was said that in G20 summit, there is a concern. Several advanced countries, they were participating, and there was a request to our Ministry of External Affairs from the government of US that radiological surveillance has to be carried out for this event. And the government of India had taken up the responsibility along with NDMA, DRDO, NSG, and all other responsibilities, local Delhi police, NDRF, to provide radiological surveillance during the event. I will give an example. Suppose during the event someone says that a radioactive source has been used in that event. There is a radiation source in the main area where the summit is going on. What do you do? The security agencies. Security agencies were confidently able to tell that no, this is a hoax. Why? Because the area was sanitized using radiation monitors before the event. Similar thing had happened in 2010 when Mayapuri incident had happened. There were athletes who were coming from countries like UK. They had the apprehension that this may be it's not safe unless and until you have radiological surveillance. At that time also, with the help of AFI and BCP, that is in Ayanagar, and our team and DRDO team had set up the radiological surveillance. That is first time which was done for a major public event, and it is being done regularly for all the events now, including the present Mahakumbh which is going on. There also radiological surveillance is being provided. But why? People are not aware, because this is not being covered in the media, rightly so, because it may draw unnecessary, undue attention to the members of public. So silently, there is this radiation is being monitored, and this is very nice coordination. I must congratulate all the national teams who are deployed there 24/7 and carrying out the radiological surveillance. And this is not only radiological, chemical, biological, and even the mob control, everything. It's a perfect example. And this Mahakumbh is equivalent to around 150 World Cup football tournaments. It's a fact. And there is a World Cup tournament anywhere in the world. Suppose that we have such a lot of people will come. We have to have security as well as safety as well as radiological surveillance. But here you see, I will not imagine there is 40 crore people will be visiting till 26th. I think we must appreciate our administration, our nation, that they have taken up the responsibility to provide safety and security to the citizens of the country as well as the foreigners who have visited. I would like to point one aspect. Dr. Rakesh Sharma, he had mentioned about polonium-210. I don't know whether all of you are aware. That was given, but it was not detected. When the Alexander fell ill, then only people could find out something had happened, and then detection was there, all the stressing was there, then we get found out that it was polonium-210. But after that incident, why there is no other incident of polonium? Anybody can guess? No, it's difficult, because not only polonium-210, any radioactive substance or any radiological source is so well regulated that it's almost next to impossible to go to the terrorist. But if you see the internet, IAEA, International Atomic Energy Agency, they publish one illicit trafficking database. Every year they publish in 2023, there are up to 2023, they have started in 1993 onwards, around 4,800 incidents are reported. Yes, so this is vulnerable. I can't say that all the sources are regulated, but still there is a very good regulation which cannot be. And that Alexander 210, that must be with the concern of, I cannot say directly, but it is the concern of authorities it has happened. It's not a malicious act by a terrorist. Fine, that's. Now I'll have to have one lesson from the Mayapuri incident. Why it has happened? You may not be aware, the Mayapuri source was procured in 1969 and 2010. What happened? The people felt that 2010, and then it was Cobalt 60 source, it has got a half-life of 5.6 years. That means 10 half-lives are over, and people felt that it is benign. But there is a concept called disused source, and which is benign source. No radioactive source becomes benign. It will still have some activity. The strength was so high even till 2010, so it could cause harm to the people who were closely working with it without any radioactive protection. Mind it, without any radioactive protection. That was very unfortunate. And why it was not detected? Because radiation, as you know, you can't feel, you don't have any senses. Unless and until you have radiation monitors, you cannot detect it. At the same time, radiation monitors are so sensitive, they are highly sensitive. A very small variation of radiation can be detected very easily. That is the plus point of radiation detection. So I think with this, I would like to hand over the stage to Dr. Rakesh Sharma. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Praval, for, I think, in the simplest term, the simplest language. I never thought that he is addressing us. He is just talking to us. He has explained about our concern towards radiological and nuclear. Now I move on to Shri Umesh Sharma, ADG, Directorate of Fire Services, Civil Defense and Home Guard. Sir, we have discussed in the morning about incident commanders, then how bystanders are incident commanders, and I think your force, which are being regulated by you, are the first responders. We'd like to hear your views about how to manage CBRN in case it happens.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma. All the eminent panelists, the August gathering. First of all, I thank Dr. Sharma for inviting me here at this forum. And this is for the very first time while we are talking about the entire response thing, he has included civil defense and home guards and the fire services in this particular domain. Before I start, I have seen in various presentations, they were talking about, and the entire intention was towards saving life and the property. The motto of civil defense starts with that only, Sarv Bhut Hite Rita, which has been taken from the one of the adhyaya from the Gita. Our motto is completely in line towards saving the life and the property. Now, before going into or delving into much more into the subject, I would first like to seek a basic input from the audience. What will happen if there is a fire incident here? Because this terminology of first responders have been used very often. So I just wanted to ask, ma'am, what will happen if there is a fire incident just next to you? What will you do?
So first of all, self-safety and protection, I will take care of this.
Absolutely, I'm bang on right answer. So self-safety means you will be responding first, right? You have seen, you have identified that there is a fire and you have responded. So that's the kind of you know that you are going to be affected by that. You have responded, right, ma'am? Exactly, that's the principle which we have been working on. The first response will come only from those persons who are in and around the incident and who will be affected by that. You have a NDRF team, you have a SDRF team, you have the entire armed forces who will be doing things. But let me tell you, sir, it is you who are going to protect yourself. The mantra is protection of the people and by the people. So whether it is a small fire incident or whether it is a Cbrn contingencies, emergencies, it is ultimately you who are going to save yourself. But how do you do that? We have the entire ecosystem right from the DRDO who is developing the new technologies, new equipment. We have a lot of super specialty hospitals, but ultimately it is the response which you will be doing it is going to save your life. The NSG team will come maybe a little late. It is totally dependent on if you have the early warning, if you have the information about that. Like we have seen in a lot of media reports, if there is an early warning for the cyclone, the NDRF team moves in. The SDRF team moves in. The civil defense do the evacuation. But the important aspect, it is that early warning. So if you are aware, if you have seen that, you will be able to do that. So with this, I would like to take you back to just a little, almost a month back, there was an incident which happened in, I think Jaipur, morning it was talked about, this Jaipur incident. Now with this particular example, I would like to tell you how civil defense role has been played by that, in that. So we have this NDRF team also there, we have this police team, we have the SDRF also stationed in the Jaipur itself. But how crucial was the role of the civil defense there, I would like to highlight you with that. Because I've been given the topic regarding the response, so I will start with the first response itself. I will start with this, as per the Civil Defense Act, the district magistrate remains the controller of the civil defense, who happens to be later with the Disaster Management Act, who happens to be the DDMA chairman also. But right since 1968 onwards, he has been given as a designation of a controller of civil defense also. Now I will start with this, that the moment this accident happened, there was a complete fireball which happened there. A lot of casualty happened. A lot of fire, TFFs and the firefighters, they moved in. But the first call which gone to the control room, which is now the District Emergency Operations Center or the Civil Defense Control Room, the QRT mobilized. They have assessed the situation. They have given the information to their controller of civil defense. Now, the most important part, what I would like to highlight here is how we have gained from it. The district magistrate, before becoming the IS officer, he was a civil defense volunteer throughout his life. He has done certain courses at the National Civil Defense College, now which has been submerged into the NDRF Academy. He has done many courses on that. He was quite aware as to what needs to be done. So that entire incident of, LPG truck collided with things, that was done. The fire was there, everything was done, they have doused the fire. The most important aspect is the next risk assessment what they have done. There was another LPG truck whose tire was burning. The driver has, ran away. There was nobody who was looking at it. Immediately just next to, next to that, there was another truck which was filled with the matchsticks. Nobody take a note of that. He took that note. He has seen that. Another important aspect what he had done, continuously for almost 3 to 4 hours, he kept the temperature down. He kept the temperature down by pouring water on that particular thing, doused that fire with the help of the civil defense deputy controller and their team, because in the Rajasthan there is a peculiar thing which they have done. Civil defense has got a fire component also along with them. So they have doused the fire, done whatever search and rescue they could do that, taken out certain 6 to 7 bodies, handed it over to the police, made a corridor, green corridor for ambulances, and that's how this entire incident command. In the morning, our DG was talking about that leadership. So both this person, they have displayed that leadership there. It is not because of any other thing. It is mainly because of the training what they have carried out in the civil defense, the basic training, the advanced training and the technical training. Ultimately, it is the response part which is going to save life. Yes, this is also contributing towards that. But ultimately, we all are educating ourselves, doing the knowledge building and doing other things mainly so that we can respond at the time of the incident. That's what we are doing it. So this is one of the another example which they have done. They have kept this entire temperature cooled so that it does not explode further. If it would have exploded, half of the Jaipur would have been gone. There were two CNG and the petrol pumps, CNG pump and the petrol pump was very close by. DPS school was very close by. He made sure that by knowing all those life-saving skills, and the most important part is the application part there. How he had applied there, that's what is more important. How he has shown that leadership there. He was there at the operation site for the entire 15 to 16 hours, right from morning 5:30 till evening 9, when they have declared that particular area safe for the use. Yes, there are other agencies who were there, but there was no early warning. It is their basic instinct, it is their basic life-saving skills which they have learned throughout their life, which they have applied there and saved a lot of life. With this intent they have done. Second aspect I would like to again talk about. Professor Surya Prakash is also here. We had NDMA member earlier here. We have seen during the COVID time, ma'am has also talked about certain issues regarding the COVID, how it was spreading. During the COVID lockdown, the first lockdown, there was a complete breakdown of the entire government machinery. There was a complete lockdown. We have seen people moving out and they were displaced from one place to another place. Yes, there was a lot of government initiative which was taken at a later stage. But ultimately it is the own people who were moving out from one place to another place. They were the affected one. They knew that if we don't apply it here, we are going to die of the hunger. So I'm talking about from the different perspective. In this particular scenario, when we have seen that the entire government machinery and even the NGOs and other people, they were all plagued because of certain restrictions. It is the people who have come up themselves. In the response part for the CBRN also, it is very, very important that we should know the life-saving skills, because those are the things which are very, very important. Unless we know the life-saving skills, we won't be able to identify, and this entire chronology of detection, decontamination, we won't be able to go through that. So the life-saving skills, I will confine myself to only learning those life-saving skills and imparting those life-saving skills to the civil defense volunteers and the Home Guard volunteers, because even though we have seen here in the Kumbh also, you have the entire forces of the country who are there, but an incident of a fire, if it has to happen, it will happen. Similarly, even with whatever type of protection we want, and we can have that, unless we ourselves are educated and we are aware about those life-saving skills, and जैसे शर्मा साहब बोलते हैं, पहले खुद को बचाओ तब दूसरे को बचाओगे. The first is how you protect yourself, then only you will be able to contribute as a force multiplier to the local administration as well as to the specialist forces which are moving in. As soon as they'll move in, you can become a good mentor and guide to them, because you are the locals available there. So there has been a lot of changes which has already happened because of certain recommendations throughout by the government, various high-powered committees. The Civil Defense Act, which was primarily confined towards the conventional warfare and the hostile attacks and augmenting the civil administration for the war, the disaster management chapter has also been included with this. I have seen in the very first presentation, there were a lot of acts which was mentioned. There were a lot of acts which was mentioned who was talking about, and I could simply say that the Civil Defense Act is missing out of that. Civil Defense Act is missed out of that. Let me tell you, the Civil Defense Act, it covers the entire three scenario which Professor Sharma in his presentation was initially covering, whether it was from the war perspective, from the internal security perspective, or from the disaster perspective. The definition of civil defense and the hostile attack, it covers all the three scenarios. This we had discussed at length during various different meetings where Dr. Vinod sir was also there. We had a very good discussion. We have this particular provision which is available with us. We must exercise that. This is a union list matter which primarily deals with the defense of the country, but yes, later on the disaster part has also been added, and the gray area, the internal security thing, that is well prescribed under that. It draw its source from the Geneva Convention, the 4th Geneva Convention, and the international humanitarian law, and fortunately India has also passed the Geneva Convention Act. India is also one of the signatory, and we have, passed a Geneva Convention Act. As a result, consequently, the Civil Defense Act also exists here in India, and that is going to remain here. So my sincere thanks to the panelists for inviting me here and allowing me to share my thoughts about the civil defense and how we can respond in the contingencies through the example I have explained you. I will be, taking on further questions during the question answer session. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Meshji, for very nicely giving us a flavor of how civil defense volunteers and fire and emergency services are acting as a first responder. See, CBRN emergencies are preventable. So preparedness is the key, and developing capacity is the next question. I remember NADM from the IAPA day. Now they got an institute itself in Rohini, and recently I think our Home Minister has inaugurated second wing of that in near Vijayawada, sir? Yes. Yeah. So I think they have multiplying their capacities. So let us hear the views from Professor Surya Prakash about what they plan to do for capacity development for CBRN defense. Professor Prakash, please.
Thank you, Sharma ji. I think it's a long time since morning you are listening. Thoda sa, let me change the style of the talk. Rather than speaking directly, I will say about disaster management. किसी शायर ने कहा है कि जगाना आता है उसे कई तरीकों से, जगाना आता है उसे कई तरीकों से, दरों पर दस्तक देने खुदा नहीं आता, दरों पर दस्तक देने खुदा नहीं आता, पड़े रहो सहमे हुए यूं ही, पड़े रहो सहमे हुए यूं ही, अगर हवाओं के पर बांधना नहीं आता. तो actually there are a number of events. I have more than 3.5 decades of experience now in disaster management, dealt with almost every type of disaster that we can come across in our lifetimes, be it earthquake, landslide, floods, fires, or at times the issues related to public health risk, COVID and others. So too many of them, and somehow I was also made responsible for the Cbrn industrial and cyber DRR too. The recent emerging disasters which have happened, and disasters particularly related to chemical, biological, radiological and nuclear in and around us, are actually a big challenge to all of us. I can recall way back from the 2nd and 3rd midnight December 1984, when the Union Carbide plant, actually the leakage of methyl isocyanide happened and thousands of people got affected. I had visited that plant, I had interacted with the victims as well as all the doctors. The time when medical health facilities actually were not well aware about the impacts of chemical gas leakages on the health of the people or their lives. Most of the doctors said we were not able to actually assess well in the beginning that how does this gas need to be neutralized or antidote what needs to be given to them. In fact, some of the people who survived, I also met them as well at that midnight, and they said they actually could smell some poisonous gas or toxic gas which was making some kind of irritation to their eyes, and they actually covered their mouths with wet clothes. They came opposite to the direction of the wind on the higher sides and could prevent the impact of that gas. So a little awareness about the response, immediate response by common citizen is very, very important. Here we have a gathering, all of you are well aware about what to do and what are the impacts. But people in and around the industrial areas, I also remember the recent times when the Visakhapatnam LG polymer was being talked about, styrene gas got released on 7th May 2020. The people around that industry were not well aware what to do. It was a bit heavier than the air, and the people who lived on the ground floor, they got affected, and around 12 casualties did happen. Now there are regulations, we were talking even about act and legal provisions, but they are not well enforced. There are executive orders also that there should not be any habitation around the industries. So our challenges lie with the industrial urban environments, and I have also been to the nuclear power plants. A lot of them have come up now to meet our energy demand and needs. And there again, though the people who work in these sectors, they are well aware. Even the people who worked in the Union Carbide plant, they were aware how to save themselves. But people in the surroundings were not aware. So these people were not well aware. We conducted some programs jointly with other organizations. We have been involving in MAS, DRD and other organizations. But then they have advanced technologies, tools, informations and systems which can actually deal with big problems, because they are working for the army, for the strategic and security concerns. They are dealing with it in terms of chemical and biological war weapons to secure our country's borders particularly. But when it comes to the civil population, you know, the level of awareness and information we need to disseminate to make them safe against chemicals, biological issues and nuclear as well as radiological. Examples are well set by my earlier speakers. For example, the Mayapuri radiological case of cobalt 60, which also ultimately resulted into a casualty. Then there have been instances of nuclear disaster. Chernobyl is well known, where the nuclear disaster happened and many people got affected way back on the April 1986. I have been involved in international cooperations too. In fact, there was somebody talking about the Fukushima nuclear disaster. I had 20 experts from Japan from 8th to 10th of March 2011. We were all working together for looking into the disaster management perspective of the country, from the landslides, earthquakes, floods, because they were considered to be one of the best. But when this disaster happened, I remember the evening, late evening of 10th of March, there was an earthquake of around 7.6 magnitude. And we were holding meeting, it was around 5 to 6 p.m. on that 10th of March. And Japanese said, Surya, continue the meeting. They didn't show any botheration. 11th March, it was 11 a.m. I was returning from our airport in Delhi to my home, and it was 2:30 p.m. in Japan, the tsunami struck. And I came to know all of them rushed back to the airport and came back to their embassy. And they spoke to me about a month after that. They didn't talk to us and went back to their country and responded to that situation which occurred there. They were so well aware that they were not prepared against a tsunami of height more than 12 meter height. Their credibility and confidence in terms of their projections and preparedness are so well that I was stunned that how could they believe that they are prepared for 12 more than 20 meter height means now devastation there. And in fact, the Fukushima nuclear power plant, cooling plant got adversely affected, which actually led to nuclear radiation leakage too. But in our country, it's so big. Already my former speaker now, Chaudhary ji, has spoken about the kind of crowd that we get. I remember there were many fears where we have been preparing for crowd and stampede management. Despite all that, such incidents have been happening. So what we actually need to do is prepare a simple vernacular language, modules and training and education centers in CBRN, which can share some information to the masses about the incidents, so that they can observe the symptoms. For example, when COVID-19 happened, it started in November 2019. There were reports coming up, but we were not prepared. We didn't take any action. We started taking actions, stopping entries from the borders in February and lockdown in March 22nd, 2020. So how do we learn that what are the symptoms in terms of leakages of gases? I remember the 30th April 2023, when gas leakage happened in Ludhiana from a sewerage tank, pipe systems, and then around 8 to 12 people, they got unconscious and later got killed also. So when we were detecting, using those detector systems which is devised by DRDO, actually our response forces, they also got confused. They said, sir, we are getting signals for H2S, we are getting signals for carbon monoxide, we are getting methane. We don't know which gas actually has affected this population. Even the doctors at the hospital, they were also confused. So in terms of our preparedness of identifying and detecting the incidents, still I think we need to work a lot, learning from these examples. I'm just quoting just 2 years back, not 2 years back, last year in August we had gas leakages and incidents of the pharmaceutical industries in Andhra Pradesh. They are becoming a challenge to every one of us. Then the explosives, I also remember the Jaipur oil refinery depot when it happened. It started on 29th October 2009, late evening at around 7 p.m. I think. It could continue for 11 days till the whole fuel got extinguished. Then I also remember there was a case in Bagyan oil fields. It started in May 2020 and we could get rid of that fire in November 2020. 6 months. We didn't have technologies. We had ADG, fire services. That kind of challenges still remain there. I also remember forest fires. So there are number of such instances which we have been reporting, and number of different type of chemicals. You know, now when we talk about chemicals, we have a limited number of elements, but in terms of chemicals, there is no limitation. And then how to deal with those, the impacts of those chemicals is a big challenge. I was talking to the Ministry of Labor and also the Department of Industries that should be notified these chemicals. There are major accident hazard units which are well identifiable and which have large impact. But even there are other chemicals which we are using in day to day in our homes and other places, which can also be very harmful or toxic in nature and cause casualties. So how to make everyone aware? I think the introduction of this particular subject area right from the school levels to the students up to the higher education level, making them apprised about what they are using. There are certain risks in sharing information about the characteristics of chemicals, because these can be misused as well. So there are both sides. In terms of protection and safety, we need to share information and enhance awareness to increase resilience. But on the other hand, we have to take preventive and regulatory steps so that this information doesn't get abused or misused. For example, information is always a positive end, but if it is misinformation, it becomes a rumor and it creates problems. So these are all elements which we need to build. That's why when Chaudhary ji said we are doing CBRN at Prayagraj in Mahakumbh, but we are not spreading this word to everyone because it could have created chaos and sometimes conflict of information. So some ways we have to work not in one direction but in different directions. किसी शायर ने कहा ना, नज़र बदलो नज़ारे बदल जाएंगे, सोच बदलो सितारे बदल जाएंगे, कश्तियों को बदलने की जरूरत नहीं यारो, दिशा बदलो किनारे बदल जाएंगे. So we have to look from that perspective. I think there are many examples which I can quote, but time is short and I know we need to discuss more. So I think whether it is our nuclear power plants, we are lucky that we didn't have any emergency, but we cannot remain assured that nothing will happen in future. There have been instances which were not expected, and in fact disasters are uncertainties, unexpected, untimely events which capture you unawareingly, unprepared. So the best key in terms of the preparedness is that we make all people educated, aware and trained, and also in terms of mock exercise and drills, it is very much required. And such particular area which requires specific skills, they need to be only done through supervised training programs under the experts who are from either DRD, BARC or industrial occupational health and safety professionals who are well aware about it. I remember even the oil and gas sector, they are using automated cooling technologies. And during certain operations when we were going for COVID lockdown, we didn't think much about that how these industries will get affected by a sudden lockdown, where automatic control systems are there, and if cooling doesn't continue, then there will be a fermentation or polymerization of certain chemicals which can create reactions in terms of catalytic and explosive actions. So all such issues have come up, and I would also like to say that these disasters, not only in the industrial environment, they are also happening along with other physical hazards. I have recently documented the Biparjoy cyclone in Gujarat, which had the longest life from 6th to 19th of June. Actually, a number of industries were to be closed and power supplies to be stopped, because during cyclone it could create some kind of electrocution or other problems. So, but the impact of those heavy industries, which cannot stop, have to be looked into for specific addresses or the challenges which need to be met. So, in terms of schools, we are taking cautions, but there should this I would again talk about another incident which happened in Delhi in Tughlakabad also, when more than 475 children, students, staff and teachers as well as the local residents got affected when a truck carrying this chloromethyl pyridine, it got leaked, and they tried to clear it, and then they turned into fumes which were inhaled by the students, and somehow because of immediate actions the lives could be saved. But if it were any outskirts where no medical facilities were available, such an incident could have resulted in hundreds of deaths. So I think number of industries, be it the fertilizer, insecticide, pesticide, pharmaceutical or other chemical major accidental hazard units, be it their process, product, usage or supply and transportation, every stage we need to take cautions. I also would having discussions with the Department of Industries in Andhra, they started working on it to reduce the impacts of chemicals and industrial disasters. They were talking about the motor vehicles act. The one incident which happened in December when a tanker got LPG gas leakage and burnt, the other vehicles around that area also got affected and people also got killed. So how to control traffic? In fact, I am dealing with one of the highways project from the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, looking into these disasters along the highways as well as the climate resilience. Climate emerging changes, they are again a new challenge to all of us. The kind of temperature, it can change the wind velocities, can change the direction, concentration of the elements and their impacts too. So for futuristic issues, when we are dealing with chemical disasters, fortunately we got certain setups. I remember after the 84 incident, the Department of Environment was made into a ministry in 85. And DMI was Disaster Mitigation Institute at Bhopal was established in 1987. And then the climate change considerations were also included by the Ministry of Environment in 2014, and we got MOEFCC now. So these concerns are getting addressed, and we have got Sendai framework where we have priorities and targets have been set. So I think collectively we have to work, and we often say a proverb in disaster management that no one is well prepared until and unless everyone is prepared. So we are not affected by our own mistakes, but mistakes of others we have to get the burns. There is Czechoslovakian proverb which states that misfortunes enter when window is left open to them. So let's shut down and close up all such windows and doors from where that disaster can strike. And rather than getting affected and tamed by them, let's try with our knowledge and wisdom and better practices to tame those disasters in an effective and efficient manner. With these words, I wish you all safe, healthy, good quality life on an equitable, justifiable and right-based manner with good fraternity amongst all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Surya Prakash, for sharing with us the vision and efforts of NADM in capacity building through training and knowledge sharing in Cbrn preparedness. Now the session is open for question and answers. Since already we are late, so I think 1 or 2 questions we can take, and then rest of the questions we are there in the lunch time. We can, yeah, please.
Sir, I have one question to so you told that CBR name is given, but you have not told why it is not in other way. So if you can explain that, the CBR.
Okay. Sure. I'm happy that you remembered it.
Yes.
Ma'am, NBC was when the first war time when the Hiroshima bombing was done. So nuclear attacks were become so prominent that nuclear was kept first. And after that, this Cuba effect and all those things, everywhere nuclear, all countries, Russia, America and others were in race of making nuclear weapons. So nuclear attack probability was high. That is why nuclear was kept first. Biological was always, it is easy to use and easy to spread. No, very high, ma'am will agree with your permission, ma'am. So it can be done. So B was kept the second priority and chemical were the least priority at that time. So that is why NBC was the order. Then after that, CBRN attacks were so large in number that C came first. We have seen so many incidences in World War also, and sir has explained in his talk that how many times sarin and sulfur studs have been used. Sarin have been used so many times on the Kurdish people those we have seen. So chemical became the first possibility, then B remains the second.
Okay, sir.
Because B is in our language, it is a poor man's weapon. Who doesn't have anything, I will mix bacteria. Bacterial infection, ma'am, always treat in hospitals, very common. So bacteria and viruses they are around us. As the Prabal sir was taking, radiation is here only, background radiation coming in the form of radon. So we all are surrounded by the bacteria viruses. So bacterial infection spreading is very easy. So B remains after C. Okay. Then after that, terrorism came in a big way worldwide. So we were little bit worried about the use of radiological sources which are missing. As sir has told, 4,000 something inventory is missing as per IAEA reports. So those terrorists, they are very smart enough. Sir ने, Dr. Sharma ने बताया नहीं, कभी बताएंगे आपको interactive session में, कि वो जो है terrorists are more clever than, we have to be more clever and knowledgeable than them. then only we can defeat them. Otherwise they have to be successful only once, and we have to be successful all the time. That we say. So use of radiological material as a bomb or as a dirty bomb, probability was there. So R came. And nuclear attack is only possible when it is a state-sponsored technology. Otherwise, as I know, no terrorist organization can make a bomb right now. They may try, but they cannot. Please pardon me if I am making a big claim. But N is the last probability. That is why it is in order of CBRN.
Sir, I have one question. Another question is that you have shown the different color of the PP kits. So what is the significance of the colors? So if you just can explain.
Yes, white is for doctors, orange is for NDRF,
Okay.
blue is for one classified command which I will not disclose here, and the last one, navy blue, is for CBRN combat suit, which is for NDRF and SDRF and all police personnel. You need not to wear those that camouflage suit, na? Why? We are not going on the border, we are not facing bullets and missiles. So why not?
I'll just add on to this, sir, what he has told. Actually, if you see the Geneva Conventions, there is a color coding given in that. Right, ma'am? So as he has told, it is for NDRF or SDRF. It draws its statement right from the Geneva Convention. It is there for all the responders. The more prominent one, which has been given the significant duties under the Geneva Convention, are the International Committee of Red Cross and the Civil Defense. These are the only two authorized, entities who are authorized to operate in the war zones. That's why this orange and the blue triangle, which you must have seen there on the NDMA logo, as well as on the NDRF logo, the same one is already available since ages for the civil defense. So that is not only confined to any particular agency or one, it is there for all those humanitarian actors and the responders.
Thank you so much, sir. So I have one more question for Sri Umesh.
Madam, that other people also do. You can talk to
You please ask.
Any other persons? Any other question? One question we can take before lunch. Already we are very late. Sir, mic लीजिए पीछे है.
In fact, the question actually is related to both for Professor Surya Prakash and ADG Fire Services. This is towards the empowering of, you have sir beautifully brought out the risk in trying to empower, like Japan, everybody has the protocols are all set from this school days, everybody does the rehearsals. If in India you try to do, it will be much more stampede, then more disaster than you can try to avoid disasters. So you brought out the risk that we have to actually do the risk assessment of the specific areas, and then you need to work out a roadmap for that. So what I want to know, sir, that is there a roadmap set? Desirability तो आपने बता दिया कि सर ये जरूरी है और ये risk है. What is the roadmap set in our country? Right now, if I try to say how many hospitals have got the capability for CBRN, I don't think so. Only few designated ones would be having that. The industrial sectors, yes, we have been actually talking all about industrial hazards only today, but industrial sector mein specific protocols I think are existing. So towards every chemical factory has got the protocols for the kind of mass and the measures. And but overall civil defense empowerment, if I might say, what is the roadmap, what is the thought being done in your organization and in the NIDM? If you can just throw light on that.
I think it's a very good question actually. I didn't share that information. दो चीज़ें हैं. एक तो आपने कहा रोड मैप क्या है हमारा CBRN या ऐसे डिसास्टर्स को डील करने के लिए, बिकॉज इट कंसर्न सेफ्टी ऑफ लाइफ एंड देन द हेल्थ ऑफ द पीपल हु सर्वाइव. तो एक बड़ा चैलेंज था कोविड के टाइम पे. तो इनिशियली हम लोग तो कोशिश कर रहे थे कि कोविड को एपिडेमियोलॉजी एक्ट के जो प्रोविजंस थे 1897 के उसके थ्रू करें, 2 सेक्शंस थे, पर नहीं पॉसिबल हो पा रहा था. देन वी लुक्ड इनटू आवर कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल प्रोविजंस के बिकॉज प्रोपेगेशन वाज थ्रू द ह्यूमन चेन, तो कैन बी इम्पोज एमरजेंसी, बट दैट वाज आल्सो नॉट पॉसिबल डायरेक्टली. After 79 it was not possible, so therefore we looked into other provisions. Then the DM Act provisions came to the rescue. There is a clause which says we can take any necessary action, expedient or necessary to avoid, prevent or mitigate risks in disaster situations. And we utilize it and utilize the powers given under that act and impose the lockdown. And now, the two aspects which were to be dealt with. One was the biological aspects, health related issues, which were to be dealt by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, which is the nodal ministry for biological disasters in our case as per our National Disaster Management Plan. Second was the containment of the crowd, and spread that Ministry of Home Affairs, being the nodal ministry of disaster management, took up the responsibility jointly. So the powers of our chairman of the National Executive Committee were passed on to the secretary, and execution was done. Now at this time, we were intensely involved. While people were in the lockdown, we were on the duties. And we were going to the hotspots to contain and control all this, despite being non-specialist. Duties were there, bound with disaster management. So what happened? When we learned, we found there is a need to actually integrate the public health emergencies and disaster management together. So we started then working on integration of public health emergencies with disaster management. That's one roadmap we developed. And we've developed a 5-tiered approach. And the training and capacity development mechanisms with 3 levels: direct trainings, training of trainers, and also the mentors. And this level actually resulted into 15 levels of trainings. This was shared and this was implemented. And this was well appreciated by most of the states. Now many of the states, they are taking up it in a practical manner. So that's the one way we are trying to build up the capacities and preparedness of the working professionals, functionals, and leadership, up to right from the community to the leadership level. We are developing concept of health and disaster resilient villages and administrative boundaries or geographical boundaries. और दूसरा था कि इसमें हम जो बाकी जो वो चाहिए कि क्या क्या और रिसोर्सेज होने चाहिए कॉमन पॉपुलेशन के लिए. फॉर दैट वी आर वर्किंग विद द अदर एजेंसीज हु आर ऑलरेडी वर्किंग, लाइक फॉर एग्जांपल ANMs हैं या मिडवाइफ्स हैं और दूसरे लोग जो ऑलरेडी देयर आर मटेरियल्स अवेलेबल इन द डिफरेंट नेशनल मिशंस. तो वी आर इंटीग्रेटिंग देम आल्सो. द थर्ड इज most of the victims, they are actually from the uneducated or low economy levels, labor class. So we are also working with Ministry of Labor and Employment to initiate those actions with them. So that now I told you about climate change, heat wave, cold wave and other. So how to regulate all that also and contain those impacts as well. So this is how we are.
I'll give a very pointed answer, sir. The question which you have talked about, the capacity development of the community. Sir, the Civil Defence Act 1968, if you go and read the rules, there are provision of carrying out the civil defence exercises. First of all, while we carry out the risk assessment, we specifically take into consideration those areas, those vital plants and installations which are strategically located. Whether it is from the war perspective or it is from the disaster perspective, sir, you may agree that if you are prepared for the highest of the emergency, that is a war emergency, you are prepared for the disaster as well. So we take into consideration that war perspective, we identify those areas and the local population in and around, we make them as a warden and the volunteers, because ultimately they are the one who are going to respond first. So the constitutional provision already exists. As far as the other part is concerned, sir, regarding the training of civilians, it is also a mandatory part of the civil defense under the act. Third part is, now since we with the Honorable Home Minister has already advised us to review the Civil Defence Act, we are reviewing the Civil Defence Act, and all these provisions of CBRN emergencies, contingencies, these are, we have incorporated specifically, although we have been, while doing the risk assessment, these were well taken into consideration since 1985 itself. But we have been further amplifying it in the Act and providing them the constitutional provisions also. These are the things.
Thank you so much. I'll just add on to this point. Very well brought out, sir. Thank you, both of you. With the empowering of the common population, I think what needs to be done, yes, where the risk is there, you will need to focus that location. However, if you want to have the masses to be, probably, you can go down very basic education as sir brought out during the schools, but you cannot overload them with and create panic and other issues. Maybe the decentralization of training to the, now you all are having gated societies. So the society would be mandated to carry out those basic drills within the society. That can also be part of the...
So for that, you will have to understand the basic concept of the civil defense, because the basic, the bare minimum unit what we keep is a particular division having a 2 lakh population. But that particular 2 lakh population is further divided right from the 4,000 population up to the 2 lakh population, and there is a concept of warden structure in that. These wardens are the local...
I'm not saying the civil defense. I said maybe the government can promulgate, once you have this kind of risk assessment and management within the civil societies, like they have the society norms, they should be told to that, like fire resistant.
Now we are coming up with Urban Disaster Management Authority. We have got the amendment in the act. Recently, Lok Sabha has passed it. We are waiting for the Rajya Sabha to pass and get it signed.
I think with that, we can conclude our session on CBRN threat and preparedness. I am thankful to my co-panelists. They have triggered, I think, a good response that despite your low glycemic level, you are still asking a number of questions. I have to stop because of time. Thank you very much. Thank you, all the panelists.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Sharma. At the end of this technical session, I invite Rakesh Jha to felicitate our panelists of this technical session. Mr. Jha is our Executive Director of CDPRR and also CEO of Rescor and Mediletics. So first, Mr. Dr. Surya Prakash, Professor, National Institute of Disaster Management. Next memento for Sri Prabal Chaudhary, Outstanding Scientist and Head Health Physics Division of BARC, as a token of appreciation for your deliberation. Next, please offer this to Dr. Binod Kaushik, Joint Director, Institute of Nuclear Medicine and Allied Sciences. Next, Dr. Nirmaljit Kaur, Head of Department Microbiology. Next, please offer this to Sri Umesh Sharma, ADG, Director of Fire Services, Civil Defense and Home Guards. Please have a group photo. Please have a group photo of this panel. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please join. Please join the desk. Please.
Thank you. Rakesh Jha is the prime mover for this summit. Without him, I could say that summit would not have happened.
Thanks a lot for this encouraging words. We would like to discuss more on the lobby, and the lunch is served outside, so let us enjoy the food.
So welcome back after the lunch. Now we'll go for session 2, technical session 2. The agenda is leveraging expertise and technology for comprehensive risk mitigation and resilience in CBRN threat management. I invite Shri Probal Chaudhary, outstanding scientist and head Health Physics Division, BRC, to be the session chair and moderator. We have 5 speakers in this. Dr. Aseem Bhatnagar, my former colleague at INMAS. He is a former additional director, scientist G, and CBRN expert, Institute of Nuclear Medicine and Life Sciences. Sir, kindly join. Dr. N.K. Chaudhary, scientist G and former additional director and CBRN expert, INMAS DRDO. Then we have Shri G.V. Shri Ramam, CEO, Neo Geo Info Technology, and Shri Sujit Kumar, Associate Director, TechnoSafe Consultant. Please join. Last, we have got Shri Sagan Gupta, Director, Phytex India Private Limited. So I hand over the stage to the session chair and moderator, Shri Probal Chaudhary Sahab, to conduct the session further.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Professor Sharma. I think if all of us have settled, let us start the post-lunch session. The session has been already mentioned as leveraging expertise and technology for comprehensive risk mitigation and resilience in CBRN threat management. So we have 5 presentations, and anyone of will be presenting or okay. So for the first present speaker is Dr. Aseem Bhatnagar. He was a former additional director and CBRN expert, Institute of Nuclear Medicine and Allied Sciences, and he will be presenting on the topic personal protective equipment and decontamination, which was discussed in the previous session, and he will be mainly concentrating on innovations in PPE for CBRN responders and decontamination techniques for personal equipment and affected area. And Dr. Bhatnagar, you will have around 12 to 15 minutes to present. Thank you.
Namaskar, Jai Hind. 2 o'clock speaking after a great lunch is difficult, so I will not give any information. Information देना प्रोफेसर्स का काम है जो सुबह से हम लोग सुन रहे हैं. I'll just tell my practical experiences as scientist at DRDO with the theme that innovation doesn't need some particular degree. It just needs a mind step, like Dr. Sharma said in the morning, leadership. Certainly we are, we have to face a lot of situations. Fauji's face it on ground, scientists face it in labs, where we have to make decisions. There is no book, which shows what to do. You can say this is risk taking, you can say it is innovation, but mainly it is, these are 2 sides of the same coin. PPE and decontamination, there are 2 major chunks of CBRN. Books can be written, books have been written. So I will not touch those things. I will, just simple things and the principles which I find the moving principles behind them. And in 10 minutes, probably that is, that is what is possible. ये तीनों राइट साइड में जो आपको सूट्स दिख रहे हैं ऑलमोस्ट सिमिलर लग रहे हैं, बट देयर आर सटल डिफरेंसेस एंड दैट creates the science behind the person. You have been told there are 3 zones: hot zone, warm zone, and a third zone is cold zone / medical zone. the dress has to be different because the functions are different. If you just think practically, in a hot zone, you will be there for, let's say, that its environment is very toxic. The first responder has to be heavily protected because either it is an unknown scenario, or the agent, be it radioactivity, be it a virus, or be it a chemical, they will be in a very high concentration. So he has to be fully protected, which means he has limitation in terms of mechanical walking and in terms of time. So his job is just to go there, assess the situation and bring back people, minutes. And like you are seeing on the right side, they have to be covered from head to toe with fabric boots which are impermeable, which do not permit even air to go, which do not permit a chemical or radioactivity to go in. When I say they don't permit air to go, that is more to say practically, but because slight aeration is required, and that is the technology behind how you make the dress so that radioactivity / chemical / virus doesn't go in, but there is some sort of water movement, because in country like India, in such sweaty conditions, you can't stand more than 5 to 7 minutes if you have worn this dress, and the Faujis have to wear it during practice for hours. The main thing is respirator. It's totally covered. It's full face respirator so that the skin is totally protected, and the air we breathe has to be utterly clean. Normally, or let's say when mass production is there, we have to go for something called full face respirator, where environment air is used, it is filtered, double or triple or a HEPA filter and things like that, and then the person inhales that. In more toxic environment, and like the firemen people do, they carry a SCABA or scuba sort of self-contained unit, breathing unit, where they carry their own oxygen / air. So that's a totally closed system. The first system is not totally pure. You are taking the air from the environment, but the problem is when we are talking about, let's say, hundreds or even tens of people who have to enter the hot zone, this is more practical. Then when the person is brought out from this hot zone, there is a second team which takes over for decontamination in the warm area. Basically, it means that the clothes of the persons are taken, their wounds are taken care of, lives are saved there, and then they have to be decontaminated by various means, which we can discuss in the second part of the talk. So you need more mobility, you need to spend more time, but with lesser amount of radioactivity / the toxin. So this is basically half face respirator with goggles, so that everything is covered. The suit may be chemical resistant or not, but these are basically some aeration, and these are lightweight. But let me tell you, they are quite uncomfortable. You need training to wear them, and you need dedication. What you have seen during COVID is the third variety, which hospital guys wear generally, and these are very light. Instead of respirator, what you have is a normal surgical or N95 mask, and I need not tell much about it because all of us have used it, all of us have used it. There is a small story attached to it. In the last 6 months of my career with DRDO, actually I had given my papers, but because of COVID, I spent 6-7 months more with the organization. And because this was the gray zone, in fact, that was the time when there's a company in Gurgaon, you must have heard about it, Hero. Hero wanted to start the production of the bicycle when everything was, standstill. They had taken permission from the government, God knows how. And then DRDO was basically, they approached ki isko shuru kaise kare. And the same time, I think it was July 20, Ramoji Film City, Hyderabad, they also approached DRDO. And because I had already given my paper, I was, a person who was not officially attached with DRDO, I was given the responsibility. So I learned a lot of things on the ground, and PP and things like that. Some of the things I'll share. Now, what is the logic between these dresses? What we learned was that viruses or bacteria or radioactivity, they will probably sit more in the air on the colloidal air particles, like you have heard 10 ppm or 2.5 ppm. So instead of being nanometers or molecular, basically we are dealing with particles. So that is the reason, when a doctor is wearing just a surgical mask, he is 90% protected against radioactivities, which is molecular. The reason is that these things are basically sitting over dust particles, which get entrapped in either in the mask or when you are talking about the clothing. So that is a great achievement in the sense that that is something nature has been very kind to us. Otherwise, you would not have imagined how difficult it would have been to treat the patients if doctors and staff was not protected by simple surgical masks. In war, in leadership, there are no written rules. You have to make rules, but being in government sector, you have to be, you are answerable. So before we went to Hero Honda, while we went to Ramoji, we made a, let's say a group of 3 microbiologists from different organizations, so that we could reach a decision and that could be immediately implemented within minutes the same day. So what was the first decision we took? PPE testing, if you know, only 3 or 4 organizations were doing that time in India, and it's a difficult procedure. INMAS was one of them, where there's an artificial blood. It used to, it's pumped with some force to the fabric, and the fabric should not allow that artificial blood to go in. I won't go into the logic why this test was there at international level, but the point is this made life difficult for India because there were 3 or 4 such machines. And if you do something else, it will not be legal. So we did the next best thing, that we actually used radioactivity to see whether it was being penetrated through the fabric or the material the persons were going to this thing. DRDO approved. ICMR didn't say no or yes, so we went ahead, and there were at least 20 let's say fabric manufacturers in India which used this technology before their number came to do the regular licensing test, which took months. So this was done. Generally we did not disclose that thing. Then when we are talking about film city, there are crowds. You cannot check everybody every day. So what do? We used to test HEPA filters on the buildings. We used to see whether there is some virus sticking to the floor, boots, clothes, nostrils. They could purchase that machine, what is it called? Virus multiplication machine. PCR, sorry. So results were obtained by us within 5 to 10 minutes. It was placed on the premises. So once we knew that this particular place is clear, this was one of the tests before the film shooting could take place. There were so many other things which were done. There were even hugging scenes. When you are wearing a PP and you have to have a scene of hugging, how do you do it? The first scene was done in Ramoji city in our presence. Fortunately, everything was okay because we took a lot of precaution and they had money to spend. But then they started work. And the same logic and the same protocol homegrown protocol was used in Hero Honda workstation. For India, as far as DRDO concerned, they approved parachute cloth, because like one of the esteemed orator was saying in the morning, we had to import it. So we used parachute cloth. I won't go into the details, but it was the cheapest thing which could be done, and which met all the tests. Like General Sir said that they had approached a mill in Punjab. We went to Arvind Mill in Gujarat, and in one day they said they will be able to give 80 lakh units to DRDO. That condition didn't come because it was not DRDO's job to make PPs out of these clothes. We were just giving the, let's say, licenses and approvals. But this is the advantage we have in India. Our depth in terms of material, because of our population, is so big that if we work together, things can actually, there's very little reason to import things which we have. One of the DRDO labs had made nano silver spray, and we got it tested over the mask as well as the PPE for its efficacy for COVID virus, and we took again help of the PCR. Normally our skin and surfaces are negative charged, and the dust particles which are hanging around the layer are also negative charged. So they tend to remain in the atmosphere for much too long. So one of the things which was done experimentally was to change charge of the surface so that these negative charged dust particles could stick to the surfaces. The room got cleaned. So 70 to 80%, we were able to clean the rooms by simple making the walls positive charged, 6 volt or something like that. Another thing we did was, but which was, ICMR never agreed, was that ICU, when you go there, you see a lot of doctors and nurses wearing that disposable lightweight dress, 300 grams. We found it is stopping radioactivity. So it was fit for radio handlers. It was not approved, but what was approved was that when people are moving in railways, in bus, in services where people had to move out, they were using those dresses. So that approval was there. And the worst scenario, we found that even Tirpal cloth, it was quite good as far as stopping of radioactivity, and few of the chemicals were concerned. We didn't go for biologicals. Second part in the talk was decontamination kit. Normally, it is made for radioactivity, but frankly speaking, when we are talking about toxic industrial chemicals, the advantages or the use in this industry is far too important not to have a decontamination kit for specific chemicals for toxic chemical industry. So we did two things. A, we studied the IAEA document, what a decontamination kit should have. These are the 6 substances which should have. But we also went into the reasoning कि यही क्यों होने चाहिए. It so happens कि there is a doctrine which is outliving decades. This doctrine was made in 1940s. We did not find a reason why these things should be there. So if somebody now searches for Google, if you get information, you can share with the esteemed people here, particularly the BRC guys. But what we were told by BRC and our elders was that ultimately we want that radioactivity or the chemical sticking to my skin to be dissolved so that it can go out with the water. So that is something, some more work can be done. But these are various methods by which an unknown solution can be, unknown particle can be dissolved. And this concept has to be actually validated even for chemicals, where this is much more important. So this is an open area of research which is actually required, because as far as I know, maybe people can correct me, there is no approved decontamination kit for chemicals, and there cannot be an approved, because there are thousands of chemicals. You cannot have one kit fitting for all. You have to depend on the information as to how that chemical can be neutralized or chelated, and then use only 3-4 of those things. DRDS has done a lot of work, but what we found that they were doing mostly for surfaces and vehicles, not for humans. So this is an open area. People from MIT and other places, they can combine with INMAS to take this forward. But the basic understanding we have as to what needs to be done and how. So we did certain changes with the basic IIA model, convinced a force, and kits were given officially for use. Like Vinod says, Shrutika, many things were developed, and it was our good luck that all were acceptable because they were based on the same logic. But we introduced certain things which should be done for safety, which is still not mandated as far as law is concerned. Because we are using these things on human beings, one is the Dreher test. आँखों में उन chemicals का क्या असर है? We were doing whatever we were putting in our decon kit on eyes, animals. किसी को नुकसान नहीं हुआ, but that needs to be done. Even today, things are not very clear, but we have introduced this test at least for ourselves. Then this kit will or can contain a lot of equipment and solution for eyes and orifices. हम लोग निला देते हैं लोगों को उसके लिए decontamination करके, and we think that is okay. Let me tell you, once it goes into the hair, there is no way you can remove it after 2 or 3 hours, because it goes into the hair, those buds. There is no way. So what do you do? So you need a doctrine. Our doctrine was just cut the hair and do nothing, because you are taken 90% of the radioactivity which has gone in will go into the blood anyway. So Israel and few countries at that time, they were using solutions, hair remover and all. We refrained. INMAS introduced HOCL.
Excuse me, sir. Can you go a little faster, because we have so many speakers lined up and time. Okay, sir. Thank you.
So there's another chemical, hypochlorous acid, which DRDO approved and ICMR was sitting over it. But now it is approved. FDA has approved it for virus as the best antiseptic you will ever have. So this actually has been covered. कि site को कैसे करेंगे, So I'll leave it as my esteemed chairman says. But this is important, because why this has become a government activity? Because there is no profit. In a country like India, how do you sustain such a venture? And this is where Dr. Sharma and we have to discuss. There are ways which we feel that this can be a venture which can be profitable, and one has to try to make it a success. Otherwise, it will remain a government.
The next speaker is Sri G.V. Sriraman. He is CEO, Neo Geoline Technologies. He will be presenting on remote sensing and satellite technologies. He will be covering geo-solutions for CBRN risk mapping and incident monitoring, and also the real-time decision support system. Yeah, please.
Thank you very much, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. I am very happy and I am very thankful for the organizers for inviting me for presenting this technology here. It has been a very educative and the sessions have been very, very informative. We have learned a lot of things from eminent speakers before. Let me bring a completely different perspective for this whole CBRN as a solution and any events in this particular field. As my previous speaker has already talked about, there is a lot of play that the technology can come in, right? He has talked about how AI can help, how mobile application can help. So I'm going to talk about a technology called geospatial. Geospatial is a technology, to put very, very broadly. We are going to replicate the situation on the ground on a computer exactly and actually do an analysis and come out with a decision. And the decisions could be immediately be given to the people on the ground to act, in the real time. I am able to get the information in real time, and I am going to pass the decisions on real time, and they are going to implement. So you would understand that this kind of a technology plays a very, very crucial role in any kind of a disaster, especially in CBRN as well. So here what is very important is that the technology of geospatial, as I said, replicates a 2D environment or a 3D environment of the ground as it is happening, and I can monitor sitting here in a command control center, and I am able to take decisions. And here you actually integrate multiple technologies like AI, ML, you will integrate blockchain, you will integrate things like cloud into the geospatial technologies to derive solutions. So in a nutshell, what geospatial does is that the first part is the map. Many of you or all of you would use actually an Uber or an Ola, right? You are actually getting a map, and on top of that you are calling for a cab. You don't know how it is functioning, but you know how much time it is going to take for you to travel from a position A to position B. So this whole thing is happening in geospatial. The entire road network is simulated onto the Ola or a Uber application. The locations of the cabs are also being tracked every day. As you are moving from one position to the other position, based on your phone, I am able to see where you are, right? On the ground where a particular thing is or where you as a person are. So I am able to see that. And based on that, we can build applications. So map could be a 2D map or a 3D map. We are today able to create this kind of a map at something like about 50 centimeter kind of an accuracy. That means your location could be tracked to about 50 centimeters. And on top of that, we can also build a 3D models for, let's say we are creating a 3D model for an entire city. So if there is an incident, I know that a person who called me on an emergency line, whether he is calling from the second floor or third floor or in that particular building, what are the exit routes, everything, all the information I have in my digital twin. So based on that, I actually can send out the signal, send out the response to the teams on the ground, how we can rescue people, property, or give food to people in disaster, any of these things, right? The part number one is mapping the whole ground in 2D, 3D onto a computer. The second is actually modeling. Modeling meaning, let's say we are looking at a city and we want to plan for a disaster in a city because it is very crowded, where if anything happens, you need to immediately get into the action to do a response. So you are actually modeling the entire solution. And the third is managing this information and serving this information to the right people at the right time. The people, like today we have talked about the first responders on the ground. Anybody who's there on the ground needs to get the right information to act on this information. So geospatial will do all three of them. It will actually create a replica of the entire ground situation. It will model the whole problems that can be there on the ground with respect to any of these disasters. And thirdly, it can actually give the right information to the people so that they can take the right actions. Let us very quickly look at what all geospatial does. These are all the four phases of any kind of a disaster. Let's say readiness or preparedness that we have talked about. We talked about reduction or mitigation. We talked about from the morning. We have been listening to this. Then there is a response. As the situation is there on the ground, as it is happening, how quickly you can respond, and finally how you can actually recover from this whole thing. Information plays the biggest role while we are addressing any of these things. So here I would like to talk about basic levels of information, how it comes to a control center. Let's suppose I have a control center where I'm getting the information. I get the information from satellite images. Many of you would have seen Google. You will see a satellite image. But just imagine from the Google, if I am able to automatically extract information from a place, what it was yesterday and what it is today if there is any change. It could be a gas leak, it could be a change in temperature, it could be any parameter. I am able to get it directly. That is the kind of satellite image today it is possible. At a very, very fine resolution. You are able to see every dot of almost 50 centimeter by 50 centimeter on the ground in the satellite image. And then going one step forward, you have multiple types of satellite image. It is not just visual. You have what is known as hyperspectral satellite imagery, where you are able to understand even from field of say a crop, you are able to see which crop is having a good health, which crop is not having a good health. So based on these parameters, you are able to analyze. Hyperspectral imagery also can give you depth of water, contamination of water, how bad the water is, so on and so forth. Directly, it is giving all this information into your computers. The other thing could be drones. Most of you would have understood drones have been a revolution and many applications are being handled with drones. Drones are fitted with some sensors. So if there is an incident on the ground, I can send out the drones with the right sensors. Let's suppose it is a leak of say temperature change I want to capture. So I have thermal sensors, I have hyperspectral sensors, I have cameras. We can put any of these things on a drone and I can go and get the data in real time. I am able to analyze the data, I am able to give response as well in real time. So there is also another technology called SAR, which is synthetic aperture radar, which can give satellite imageries even during the night. This was a limitation earlier, but today you are able to get satellite imagery throughout the day, night. You can analyze during any of these events. And one of the other things is basically transportation. Like I said, you are able to see the location of anything on the ground. So you are moving certain goods, like in case of Jaipur, the accident that has happened, or in many of the cases, while you are moving this hazardous material, you have no control on that. Today, in geospatial system, you are able to see the truck, and you can actually put IoT sensors on top of that and see whether the driver is driving properly or not, whether the vehicle is not moving correctly or not, if the vehicle has stopped in between. All this can be tracked from here. Basically, traceability of a good from the origin point till the end point. It could be tracked, it could be continuously monitored. Continuously monitoring is a very, very important step for any of these areas of work. So there are multiple other kind of sensor data that comes in that all will be used in such solutions. So while we are doing this, you can get the data, you can get all this data and you can analyze. The second step is basically the solutions, the software solutions that are developed, which analyze this data and give the right decisions. So this is where the mitigation aspect and the response aspect will come in. So like I already talked about, automation and AI are going to play a big role. In fact, we are looking at AI-based tools already taking into many of the areas. But if you, as I said, if you want to do a change monitoring, let's say you have a big plant, a nuclear plant, and you want to see in and around the nuclear plant on a every 2-hour basis. I want to see any change that is happening. So today I can use an AI model and I can train the AI model to look for some of these features, and my AI model will tell me if there is any of the deviation, it is going to immediately inform me. So based on the power of this kind of a satellite data and using AI models, I am able to track, I am able to mitigate this kind of problems. While we are responding for any disaster that has happened, any leak, oil spill, it could be anything. I mean, oil spills could be detected, chemical leaks could be detected. You have mapping the extent, how far it is actually affecting. You would have seen recently in this month, there were wildfires in Los Angeles, and they were all being completely tracked using geospatial technologies. There have been, based on the DEM, that is the terrain model, and based on the wind speed, and based on how much of biomass is available for burning, they could clearly demarcate which are those areas which need to be evacuated, which doesn't need to be evacuated. All that is completely based on geospatial. So what is the extent which will get affected because of this particular event? And the risk, what is the total risk that it is going to happen, that you can assess that risk. And also you can, once the event happens, you can do a damage assessment, you can do real-time monitoring and communication of the risk to people, basically early warning systems. All of them will have geospatial as the root of the technology. Finally, once we do all this, I mean, also if there is an event, how do we save people? Along with the response, you can go down to such level of mapping that every road, every building, even the levels of the building, in a building, if there is a huge complex, you have multiple floors, you have multiple apartments. So you will be able to pinpoint the people, the exit routes. This technology is called digital twin. I mean, most of you would have heard this word digital twin. Digital twin is basically creating exact replica of the entire city or an entire area to understand how, I mean, basically you can actually create the existing situation, and if there is a disaster, how the people are going to move and how I can do my rescue operation. I can simulate the whole thing in a 3D model, and I can develop that kind of a readiness for any event. These kind of digital twins can be made. One of the other examples could be like, in cities where we are doing, using geospatial, we are doing the metro corridor mapping. Today it is not happening in 2D because all the buildings are very close by. So if you are doing a planning of a metro corridor, which is an elevated corridor, you need to create the entire city in 3D and understand where my line is coming, what is the height, how high are the piers, and the entire thing could be created in a 3D, analyze that, and then you bring out the solutions. So this kind of evacuation plans and simulating the whole environment of how the disaster will pan out and how I am recovering from that, how I am saving people, how I am supplying certain things. All of this could be planned also on geospatial technologies. So these are some of the applications of geospatial which are being very effectively used right now in many of the disasters. The same case with Cbrn as well. And finally, the entire model, I talked about the command control center. You would have heard about a command control center in many of the smart city missions where when you want to make city smart, safe, you create a command control center. The command control center will actually get the data from all across the city. There could be a lot of cameras which are there in the city. Even many of you would have heard about safe city projects that have been implemented where you are putting cameras and you are getting the live feed. Even you are able to read number plates of the vehicles, even red light violations. Basically, it is under the Nirbhaya scheme where government has implemented this kind of solutions. So any disaster, any event that happens on the ground, the command control center can get the data and it will analyze and it will give response to the CAD teams, which are basically computer-aided dispatch teams. Basically, these are the people who will go and actually attend to those events. So the entire life cycle of being preparedness and getting to a level of able to predict, model, and give a mitigative measures to response, and then finally to recover. The whole of this gamut of operations, geospatial plays a big role. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sri Raman, for completing within time. And the discussions, you can have questions if anyone has got. If there are no questions, sir, please. Pardon, sir? Sir, may I have one short question for Mr. Sriram? You have mentioned about the night satellite imagery captured during night. Do you have any technologies for capturing satellite images during cloud cover?
Yes, in fact, this technology that I talked about, which is called SAR, that is, radar technology. Normally what happens is, earlier all the satellites used to have what are known as optical sensors. These are like a normal camera which is just taking a picture of the earth. But today the SAR sensors are able to penetrate through cloud and even also the nighttime imaging. So SAR imagery is available through the clouds also.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. Then next we move on to the next presentation. Next speaker is Sri Sujit Sagar, who is Associate Director, TechnoSafe Consultants, who is also presenter partner for this summit, and he will be presenting on implementing effective safety measures in industrial settings.
So, thank you very much for inviting us under this forum. I will present how the...
Can you be slightly closer to the mic, please?
Yeah. So, the critical role of process safety and risk assessment in our daily activities, but especially focusing on the warehouse and storages of the various hazardous chemicals. So there are two types of safety we are dealing under the industry. One is the occupational safety and other is the process safety. Occupational safety is like, मैं अभी यहाँ से गिर गया, that is the occupational safety. And the process safety is basically कि there is a pipeline going on, natural gas pipeline, and there is inside a natural gas material which is hazardous in nature. If it catch ignition on leak, it can give you fire or explosion hazards. So preventing and mitigating that hazard comes under the process safety. Yeah, so the process safety aim to reduce the frequency of occurring and the severity of the toxic effects and the fire effects of any hazardous material, protect the environment, people and the property, reduce the production losses of the industry and the business publicity. So there are certain key elements in process safety to establish. First is hazard identification. So it is the first step of any process safety activity, how you will identify your hazards. First of all, what can go wrong, how can go wrong, and what could be done. So let's say I have a natural gas or any sulfuric acid. So it has some behavior. Either if I will go through the natural gas, it has a behavior of fire and explosion. It can also have a flash fire, sometimes on a jet fire. If I have a sulfuric acid, it can have only the corrosive effects on me. So understanding the ability and behavior of the material, hazardous material to deal with is the first key step under any of the process safety steps. Then there is a certain team members are required or disciplines are required under the industry to evaluate the hazard identification step, like process, how the process will behave, what parameters it affects, instrumentation, electrical, and other various divisions, including the safety and all. And here we have kept the example of a warehouse. So under the India, presently 80,000 and more chemical and products has been handled. And there are certain number of warehouses. But there is no specific rule to draw the chemical compatibility and understand their behavior. So we have recently conducted a project in Middle East not recently, it is 4 or 5 years, we have done so many under that. So there we see if there are two different type of chemicals mixed together, so what can happen? There are certain number of chemicals we store together, and even on the leak, if they come across, they can give you a different type of chemical. So the understanding of chemical compatibility is necessary. Then how you will classify your chemicals, storage patterns you will select, that drives on that basis. After that, certain companies go to the more advanced risk assessment, ki what would be my risk levels, to define the individual risk, worker risk and public risk. So presently we are in India following, only the PNGRB is following a certain set of from the UK HSC, but other agencies don't have any legislative requirement or land use criteria. So after that, based on that, we come to the emergency planning and what could be the continuous improvement can be seen. So there are certain steps in the preparation of chemical compatibility. So first we have to see what are the chemical properties of any chemical, then how we can classify the hazardous material. It is as per the US DOT and any other UK agencies, it is classified in certain number of classes. But even in the same class, there is chances that they are not compatible with each other, like sulfuric acid and hydrochloric acid. They are in the same group of class 8. But when you mix together, they can give you exothermic reactions. Sometimes they can generate liberate hydrogen, which is itself a flammable hazard. Yeah. So, just I said, ki acid or hypochlorite you can generate a chlorine gas. Similarly, acid and alkali you can generate sometime heat. Some acid and sulfides you generate hydrogen sulfides. So, coming to the understanding of chemical properties. So, first is their behavior, what is the composition, how much the quantity will be stored. It is not like that, like acetone, everybody knows it is a flammable material. But in a small quantity, in our houses, generally used for a nail paint remover. So, the quantity is also crucial in this, and how the substance will vaporize to the atmosphere, what is the flammability classes, and the material generally is flammable or explosive within their lower explosive limit and the upper explosive limit. It means below the LEL, it won't catch any explosion, even it get ignited, and above the UEL or UFL, it also don't have the potential to take any fire or explosion hazard. Then the reactivity. Sometimes there are some oxidizing agents like sodium nitrite. It is itself an oxidizing agent. So sometimes other chemical come into these contacts can lead to the oxidizing of the other chemical and give you some other results. So there are certain classification are going on internationally, and then there is some certain storage guidelines, ki how you will store the chemicals in the aisle, how many number of pallets you can keep, what is the distances shall be maintained, and what should be the handling procedures. So this is already said. So there are importance of the chemical reactivity analysis. There are some adverse reaction which you know and sometime you don't know. Then after that, there are some segregation process. Then you prepare a compatibility matrix which is also applicable for the pharma industry, because they have many raw materials involved in that. Safe storage, chemical storage, because certain chemicals require certain temperature to store, like less than -5 degree Celsius is required to store the temperature to material not to degrade or change any state. So there are some certain quick tools are also available in terms of app like Chemicals and others. And now when storing any chemical under the warehouse, you have to also see what are the impact of the, because under when it leaks, you will use either water or any foam. So you have to see whether your chemical or hazardous material is compatible with water or not, because ultimately you will do the firefighting with that, or you will dispose of. If it is not flammable, you will dispose of. So it is possible it has some reaction with water, and similarly on the air. So before selection of the storage at a certain place, you see the water aspect also and the air aspect also. And after that, you cannot, in industry, it is not allowed to throw out the chemical outside as a hazardous waste. You have to take out to the holding tanks, which is the best solution, and then take out to the certain lorries and to the designated places. So this is the firefighting consideration. Certain chemicals have reactions with water, so you cannot use for the firefighting or spill out. Then there are some certain emergency response protocol, because some of the chemicals on leaking generate hydrogen sulfide. So you require some certain number of PPEs to deal with it. So this is not readable. So there are 9 classes from flammable compressed gas up to the miscellaneous classes, and there are certain distances are required as per the different codes internationally, either NFPA or DOT. So after that, you can generate a chemical area classification reports for the storage in the warehouses and move for the safe operation and storages. So there are, after that, there are some risk assessment tools also. If you have a certain inventory, like let's say you have 10,000 kg of hydrogen in your plant you are using. So you know what are the, if it leaks, what could be the damage distances in case of fire. So you can model under the risk assessment and plan your emergencies based on that. There are certain thermal radiation rules to apply, like 6.31 kilowatt thermal radiation lead to 1% of lethality. Even 37.5 lead to 100% of lethality. It means whoever come under the zone of, let's say 10 meter, is 37.5 kilowatt of thermal radiation is occurring. That means 100% people will die. So after that, you can prepare for your employee awareness, because it comes to, because as per the industry, we are trained for our firefighting, we know what are our hazards, but it comes to public or come to the first responders. We generally submit the emergency response plan to the department, but frankly speaking, many of them don't read it. And then come to the first responders, and they are not aware what to be done at that time. Like the classic example, since morning they are discussing the LPG fire truck imperilled on the Jaipur highway. So on the turning radius, there are many other factors, but there are certain design of a tanker to hold in case of emergency, or the nozzle sizes, the design should be like that it can absorb certain shocks. Even many of the workers who come there at the first place have not seen even the nozzle sizes at the first place, even in their entire life. They are not aware what is LPG and how to deal with, what is fireball, how the nozzle looks like. So these training are also required. They should be aware of what are the hazard they are dealing with. There could be also possible, there could be a massive explosion due to the LPG that bent for the fireball or any other thing. There could be possibility of Z fire, which could lead to your structural damages. There could be any other possibility also. So that all required to respond that is the major challenge in each sector. So secondly, there is one explosion occurred in 2020 in Beirut. Because Beirut explosion happened, there was some ammonium nitrate was present, and they have kept, because of the legal issues, they have kept 750 tons of ammonium nitrate in the improper storages. There it was lying for the certain periods. After that, it exposed to the moisture, it's reacted, and massive explosion has been happened that killed many of them, and it was international news. So it was almost killed more than 200 people. It is not the correct figure because it is only the figure we give, but the actual may be more. So these are the major challenges which we have come across, because the police, fire professional, police and medical should know what are the hazards they are dealing with. So this is our company, TechnoSafe Consultants, who do generally the process safety activities across the globe: Australia, Middle East, India, UK, USA. So anybody has any question? Thank you. Yeah.
Normally when the chemical coming into the lab, it will have the proper material safety data and then the labeling everything. But it may happen also with the time that labeling got damaged and there could be some kind of the chemical which is not labeled or you're not able to read the label. And how to deal that situation? Because previously we know some incident that where the chemicals were not labeled and that was mixed and explosion happened like that. So just would like to know from you that how the risk assessment.
Ma'am, that's come the area classification comes here. First you if you have done your chemical area classification, you know from which shelves it is came from. So at least you know it is under which class. So then you can send back to the hazardous waste, and then they can see what chemicals or how to dispose it, rather than using it.
Okay, so that time the only solution is that to dispose.
Yes, presently it is the best solution. If you know, if you are dealing daily, that is okay. So first place, you don't have to take any chemicals which don't have label. पहले तो उसको लेना ही नहीं है. अगर अभी आपने उसको अपने पास रखा है और उसके बाद उसका लेबल खराब हो गया, so you know what are the designated place. So you mark the area under your, let's say ये बहुत बड़ा रूम है, आपकी लैब है, तो आपको कुछ शेल्फ्स दिए होंगे. उस शेल्फ्स को आप क्लासीफाई करेंगे कि इवन ये वर्टिकल और हॉरिजॉन्टल दोनों तरीके से क्लासिफिकेशन होता है फॉरेन्स में, बट अभी इंडिया में हमारे कोई रूल ही नहीं है उसके लिए. मतलब हमारे पास ड्राफ्ट केमिकल सेफ्टी रूल्स हैं, 2020 में भी आए हैं, 2022 में भी हुए हैं, बट उसका इम्प्लीमेंटेशन कुछ भी नहीं है. इवन वेयर हाउस का तो है ही नहीं उसके अंदर कि वेयर हाउस को कैसे डील करना है, स्पेशली केमिकल वेयर हाउस को, लैब्स को कैसे करना है. लैब सेफ्टी का अभी भी जो मतलब बेस्ट आप फॉलो कर सकते हैं, हमारे पास यूएस की लैब्स हैं प्लस कुछ यूके की लैब्स हैं जिसकी आप बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस को फॉलो कर सकते हैं. उनके कुछ मैनुअल्स हैं, कुछ उनके गाइडलाइंस हैं यूके एचएससी के.
थैंक यू सो मच.
इवन उनके सेग्रीगेशंस के भी है कि सेग्रीगेशंस को कैसे करना है, आपको कितने मीटर का डिस्टेंसेस लेना है. रेगुलर सेल्स में कम है, 1 मीटर का बहुत है, काफ़ी है. बट जो लार्ज कंटेनर्स हैं उसके अंदर कुछ 3 मीटर है, कुछ 6 मीटर भी हैं, कि अगर आप फ्लेमेबल इन्वेंट्रीज को ले रहे हैं साथ में ऑक्सीडाइजिंग के साथ, तो आप 6 मीटर का मिनिमम डिस्टेंस आइल और हॉरिजॉन्टल दोनों मेंटेन करना. सो
Sujit ji, can you suggest what is to be done with the unlabeled chemicals?
Yes sir, for the unlabeled chemicals I told her ki first place don't take it.
That's okay, it's not
yeah,
but something has to be done.
Second place, then they have to send, if they know the certain class of the chemical, then they can dispose of based on their classification requirement. Because like class 8, you have to, like sulfuric acid, you have to, अगर आपको उसको न्यूट्रलाइज करना है तो you know the what is the neutralizing agent. Otherwise send it to the disposal forum, they know what, so that's why you need classification. If you, at least you tell it is from the class 8 chemical. Yes, yes, at least you should know what are the class is.
No, that's what. If it is known, what is to be done is known. But if you don't have
Then,
chemicals,
sir,
no, is
sir,
there any
rather than using that.
No, they approach you for the solutions or any agency
Sir,
which is available?
Yeah, basically there are some certain lab expert in India. They can tell you which chemical it is. If no, we don't have the facility. We don't do the testing and all. We can help you in the setting up the chemical area classification, but we don't have the facility to test the chemical.
For the benefit of the users, can you identify such agency who will be taking the unlabeled chemicals and let us know?
Yeah,
And
definitely.
Okay, with this we'd like to thank Mr. Sujit Sagar for his nice presentation on bringing out the case study about the Lebanon incident, and then we move on to the next speaker.
Process safety company in India, established in 1993. We have worked with MOEF and other government institutions also in past.
Okay. The next presentation is by Sri Sangam Gupta. He is the Director, Flight Tech India Private Limited. He will be presenting on the topic handling CBRN related fires, and he will be covering specialized firefighting and portable equipments which are used in the first response to CBRN fires.
Thank you so much, sir. Hello everyone. My name is Sangam Gupta. जैसे उमेश सर ने हमें बताया था फर्स्ट सेशन में कि जो फर्स्ट रिस्पॉन्डर होते हैं हम फायर, वो हम ही होते हैं बेसिकली। जो अगर हम फैसिलिटी में हैं और आग लग गई है तो हमें ही उसको सबसे पहले देखना है कि बेस्ट इक्विपमेंट्स हमारे पास क्या अवेलेबल है। जो पोर्टेबल इक्विपमेंट्स होते हैं जैसे फायर एक्सटिंग्विशर, फायर बॉल, ट्रॉली फायर एक्सटिंग्विशर्स एंड ड्राई केमिकल पाउडर्स, तो उसका यूज़ करते हुए हमें उसको कोशिश करनी चाहिए कि आग बुझ जाए सबसे पहले इनिशियल फायर, क्योंकि फायर टेंडर्स को आने में हमेशा थोड़ा सा टाइम लग जाता है, तो हमें सबसे पहले वो प्रेजेंट होना चाहिए। तो क्या मैं जान सकता हूँ कितने लोगों को यहाँ पे पता है कि एक्सटिंग्विशर को कैसे ऑपरेट करना है? प्लीज़ रेज योर हैंड्स। ओके, वेरी फ्यू। ओके, और कितने लोगों ने एक्सटिंग्विशर ऑपरेट करा है? ओके, ठीक, राइट, ठीक है। तो सबसे पहले हमारे जैसे न्यूक्लियर पावर प्लांट्स है, केमिकल लैब्स है, जिनमें बहुत सारे पैसे लगे हुए हैं, जिनमें बहुत सारी रिसर्च ऑलरेडी हुई हुई है, तो उनमें आग लगने से हमें बचाना चाहिए उनको। और दूसरी बात, उनमें अगर जैसे आग लग गई है तो उस केमिकल से और भी वो आग बढ़ सकती है, तो हमें इनके बारे में पता होना चाहिए कौन से एक्सटिंग्विशर्स हम कैसे यूज़ कर सकें। और एक्सटिंग्विशर के लिए कोई प्रॉपर ट्रेनिंग की जरूरत नहीं, बेसिक नॉलेज चाहिए ताकि हम उसे यूज़ कर सकें। तो अब हमारे पास जो रिसोर्स होते हैं सबसे पहले फैसिलिटी में अवेलेबल, जो एक कॉमन मैन भी यूज़ कर सकता है, वो है फायर एक्सटिंग्विशर्स पोर्टेबल टाइप, that comes from 1 kg to 10 kg. Second one is fire extinguishing ball, जो आप सब आजकल देख रहे होंगे मार्केट में आ रही है, छोटी सी बॉल होती है, मैं आपको आगे पिक्चर दिखाऊंगा उनकी। ड्राई केमिकल पाउडर्स की हमें नॉलेज होनी चाहिए कितने टाइप के ड्राई केमिकल पाउडर्स होते हैं फायर एक्सटिंग्विशर में, ताकि हम सही आग पर सही केमिकल डाल के उसको बुझा पाए, ताकि उसको बढ़ाए ना। अगर जैसे इलेक्ट्रिकल फायर है तो हमें जैसे पानी और फोम वाले एक्सटिंग्विशर यूज़ करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। अगर कुछ लोगों को नॉलेज नहीं है तो वो उनके लिए डेंजरस हो सकता है, वापस से उनको शॉक लग सकता है। एंड थर्ड वन इज़ ट्रॉली फायर एक्सटिंग्विशर, वो 25 kg से लेके 75 kg तक आते हैं आप हमारे पास, तो दैट आर मिनी फायर टेंडर्स। तो जब अगर फायर टेंडर्स नहीं आ पाया, वो यूज़ करके हम आग को, बड़ी आग को भी बुझा सकते हैं। सो द फर्स्ट वन इज़ फायरबॉल। तो फायरबॉल का इंडिया में अभी कोई अप्रूवल नहीं है हमारे पास। जो फायरबॉल्स आ रही है वो सारी चाइनीज़ मेड है, तो चाइना से फायरबॉल जो आ रही है वो अच्छी क्वालिटी की नहीं होती है। उनमें जो ड्राई केमिकल पाउडर होता है वो भी अच्छी क्वालिटी का प्रोवाइड नहीं होता, उनमें केक्स एंड लम्स बन जाते हैं। तो हमने जो फायरबॉल डेवलप करी है उसमें आपके अंदर हम DCB पाउडर डाल रहे हैं, ड्राई केमिकल पाउडर, अकॉर्डिंग टू IS 4308, जो कि इंडिया में कोई भी नहीं कर रहा है। जो ड्राई केमिकल पाउडर मैन्युफैक्चर कर रहा है वो फायरबॉल नहीं मैन्युफैक्चर कर रहे हैं इंडिया में, जो कि हम कर रहे हैं। एंड सेकेंडली इस कॉम्पैक्ट होती है फायरबॉल और सेल्फ एक्टिवेटिंग होती है एंड ईजी टू यूज़ होती है। आप सबको चेरनोबिल वाला इंसिडेंट पता होगा 1986 में, जब फायर फाइटर्स आग बुझाने गए वहाँ पर, तो उनको एक्चुअली में नहीं पता था कि उसमें क्या है जो आग बुझा रहे हैं, जिनसे रेडियो एक्टिव उन पर वेव्स आ रही थी। तो उनकी डेथ हो गई विद इन 1 वीक। 27 फायर फाइटर्स लॉस देयर लाइव्स। तो उस टाइम हमारे पास 2 चीज़ें नहीं थी, एक फायरबॉल का डेवलपमेंट नहीं हुआ था, दूसरी चीज़ हमारे पास ड्रोन्स नहीं थे। तो अगर आज जैसे चेरनोबिल जैसा इंसिडेंट होता है तो विद द हेल्प ऑफ ड्रोन्स एंड फायरबॉल हम ड्रोन्स को के थ्रू फायरबॉल्स को शूट आउट कर सकते हैं। फायरबॉल इजी टू रोल होती है, इजी टू थ्रो होती है। इनका वेट ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा 2 kg होता है और हम इन्हें 5 kg तक डेवलप कर सकते हैं अगर हम ज़्यादा क्वांटिटी में DCP पाउडर चाहे तो। एंड इसको हम कितनी दूर तक भी फेंक सकते हैं एम करके, तो इससे हमें पास जाने की ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ेगी उनकी, जिससे फायर फाइटर की लाइफ बच सकती है, रिस्क कम हो सकता है। ये यूजेज चार्ट है फायरबॉल का कि हम कैसे उसको यूज़ कर सकते हैं फायरबॉल को। सो हम इसको थ्रो भी कर सकते हैं, रोल भी कर सकते हैं एंड 5 to 10 सेकेंड्स में आग बुझ सकती है। और जितनी लेवल की आग होगी उतना, ऐसा नहीं है कि एक बड़ी लेवल में आग लगी है तो एक फायरबॉल फेंक के आप उसे बुझा सकते हो। डिफरेंट टाइप ऑफ फायर के लिए डिफरेंट टाइप मतलब नंबर्स यूज़ होते हैं बॉल के लिए। एंड अब हम फायर एक्सटिंग्विशर के टाइप्स जान लेते हैं। हमारा जो आता है, फर्स्ट वन इज़ पाउडर फायर एक्सटिंग्विशर, सेकेंड वन इज़ मैकेनिकल फोम, थर्ड वन इज़ वाटर टाइप, फोर्थ वन इज़ क्लीन एजेंट एंड द लास्ट वन इज़ कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड। एंड यू मस्ट बी थिंकिंग ऑफ क्लीन एजेंट्स होते क्या हैं। क्लीन एजेंट बेसिकली एक लिक्विडफाइड गैस होती है जो कि आप केमिकल लैब्स में ज़्यादातर हम यूज़ करते हैं। जैसे ही हम उनको ऊपर डालते हैं तो वो लिक्विड की तरफ फॉर्म में बाहर आता है और वेपरेट हो जाता है एनवायरनमेंट में, ताकि हमें पता, और रेजिड्यूज़ नहीं होते वहाँ पर। जैसे अगर हमने ड्राई केमिकल पाउडर हमने डाला किसी आग पर तो वहाँ पे पूरा गंदा हो जाएगा वो एरिया, आपको नहीं पता चलेगा कि कहाँ से आग आई थी, क्या हुआ था, और सब कुछ मेस्डअप हो जाएगा। लेकिन क्लीन एजेंट से वो चीज़ें मेस्डअप नहीं होती है। क्लीन एजेंट कॉस्टली होता है बट लेबॉरेटरीज़ में, न्यूक्लियर फैसिलिटीज़ में ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, क्योंकि एक बार जब आपके वहाँ पे आप बहुत सारा इक्विपमेंट है आपका जो कि बहुत कॉस्टली है, आपने बहुत सारा पैसा लगाया है उसमें, तो आप वो क्लीन एजेंट वहाँ पे यूज़ करिए ताकि उस पर आपको पता भी चले कि एट द एंड कहाँ से आग का स्टार्ट हुआ था और क्या हमें इसको बचाने के लिए करना चाहिए आगे, राइट। एंड जो अभी एक्सटिंग्विशर्स आते हैं वो आते हैं हमारे माइल्ड स्टील बेस्ड। उनकी जो बॉडी होती है वो होती है माइल्ड स्टील में। तो माइल्ड स्टील इजी करोजन आ जाता है 10 ईयर्स तक, उसमें 8 to 10 ईयर्स की उसकी लाइफ होती है। लेकिन अब जो फ्यूचर है वो है एल्युमिनियम बेस्ड बॉडी का और स्टेनलेस स्टील का। एंड एल्युमिनियम सिलेंडर्स जो होते हैं वो आपके मैग्नेटिक नहीं होते। आप जैसे MRI रूम्स हैं हॉस्पिटल्स में, तो उनसे मैग्नेटिक फील्ड्स बहुत निकलती हैं, तो वो एक्सटिंग्विशर को अट्रैक्ट कर सकते हैं। अगर माइल्ड स्टील वाला हो तो वहाँ पे हमें एल्युमिनियम एक्सटिंग्विशर्स इंस्टॉल करने चाहिए एंड स्टेनलेस स्टील, क्योंकि वो मैग्नेट नहीं पकड़ता है एंड इसकी लाइफ एटलीस्ट 20 ईयर्स हो जाती है। तो इसमें इंक्रीज़ हो रही है लाइफ, और यही आगे फ्यूचर है इंडियन एक्सटिंग्विशर्स का। एंड हमें फायर एक्सटिंग्विशर हमेशा ड्रिल्स, ट्रेनिंग्स करनी चाहिए अपने प्रेमिसेस में, ताकि सबको पता रहे कि कैसे ऑपरेट करना है। फॉर एग्जांपल आपके यहाँ अगर फायर फैसिलिटी नहीं, फायर फाइटर्स नहीं है, एक बड़ी फैसिलिटी है आपके पास, तो एक आम आदमी को भी पता होना चाहिए कि आग लगने के समय कैसे और कितना ऑपरेट करना है, ताकि आप वहाँ से निकल सके सेफली और ताकि इनिशियल फायर को भी आप कंट्रोल कर सके अपने पास। तो इसके लिए आप अपने जगह पे ट्रेनिंग्स, ड्रिल, मॉक ड्रिल करते रहिए, चाहे वो छोटी हो, चाहे आप आग लगा के ना दिखाए, बट हाउ टू ऑपरेट उसे आपको बताना चाहिए कि अपने एम्प्लॉयज़ को कि कैसे करना है। और हमारा इंडियन स्टैंडर्ड है 15683 अकॉर्डिंग टू BIS, उस पर फायर एक्सटिंग्विशर्स बनते हैं। Second one, dry chemical powders. Dry chemical basically powders are of two types. One is ABC based fires and second one is BC fire based. So जो सारी फायर्स में काम करता है वो होता है मोनो अमोनियम फोस्फेट पाउडर, जो सारी टाइप ऑफ, चाहे वो A क्लास हो, B क्लास हो, C क्लास हो, उस पर वर्क करता है। एंड BC फायर्स जो होती है हमारी, जैसे ONGC, इंडियन ऑयल, BPCL, यहाँ पे सबसे ज़्यादा आग लगती है लिक्विड्स में एंड गैसेस में। तो B क्लासेस आर फॉर दी फ्लेमेबल लिक्विड्स एंड C फॉर इज फ्लेमेबल गैसेस। तो उसमें हमें सोडियम बाइकार्बोनेट और पोटेशियम बाइकार्बोनेट यूज़ करना चाहिए, जहाँ पर ऑयल आपका लिक्विड का और उस गैस का डर रहता है आपको कि आग लग सकती है इससे। एंड ड्राई केमिकल पाउडर्स जो होते हैं वो एक शील्ड क्रिएट करते हैं जब आग को बुझाने के ऑक्सीजन लेवल कट कर देते हैं, और बहुत क्विकली इसको बुझाते हैं आग को, एंड बहुत इफ़ेक्टिव होते हैं बाकी सब एक्सटिंग्विशर से। एंड द थर्ड वन इज ट्रॉली फायर बेस्ड एक्सटिंग्विशर्स। ट्रॉली फायर एक्सटिंग्विशर्स आर द लाइक मिनी टेंडर्स। इसमें 25, 50 75 kg के अंदर की क्वांटिटी होती है, तो ये आपका 10 to 12 मीटर्स तक रेंज जा सकती है इनकी जब हम इसको ऑपरेट करते हैं, तो ईजिली मिनी फायर टेंडर की तरह वर्क करता है ये। तो इसमें हम जो बनाते हैं इसे IS 16018 के अकॉर्डिंग इसे हम बनाते हैं, इंडियन स्टैंडर्ड्स। एंड फायर सेफ्टी ट्रेनिंग एंड अवेयरनेस, आपको अपने फैसिलिटी में, चाहे वो कोई भी फैसिलिटी हो, चाहे स्कूल्स हो, चाहे न्यूक्लियर पावर प्लांट हो, चाहे आपका वो केमिकल लैब ही क्यों ना हो, उसमें हमेशा ट्रेनिंग हमें करनी चाहिए। पोटेंशियल फायर रिस्क का हमें ध्यान रखना चाहिए कि कहाँ से फायर हो सकती है, एंड उसके हमें रिसोर्सेज लेके रखने चाहिए हमारे पास कि बेस्ट इक्विपमेंट्स क्या पॉसिबल है हमारे पास जिससे हम आग बुझा सकते हैं। एंड द लास्ट वन इज कि फायर एक्सटिंग्विशर को हम कैसे ऑपरेट करें। पहले हमें उसकी पिन को निकालना होता है। सेकेंड वन, टू एम द नोजल, हमें बेस पे फायर की हमेशा एम करना चाहिए, ना कि आग फ्लेम ऊपर पर, कि अगर फ्लेम ऊपर तक जा रही है तो हमें फ्लेम के ऊपर तक नहीं करना, हमें बेस पे फायर करना है। सेकेंड वन इज स्क्वीज द लिवर, और फिर हमें उसको साइड टू साइड मूव करते रहना है ताकि आग हर जगह से बुझ जाए। तो ये बेसिक स्टेप, आप इसकी पिक्चर भी ले सकते हैं ताकि आप एक बार जान सके कि कैसे ऑपरेट करा जा सकता है, और ये बेसिक है, इसके लिए कोई ट्रेनिंग एंड इतनी हार्डकोर ट्रेनिंग की ज़रूरत नहीं है। थैंक यू सो मच गाइस, एंड आप मेरा नंबर ले सकते हैं यहाँ से, अगर आपको कोई भी छोटी सी फायर ट्रेनिंग या फिर फायर की जानकारी लेनी हो तो मैं 24 आवर्स अवेलेबल हूँ, आप मेरा नंबर लेके आप मुझसे कांटेक्ट कर सकते हैं। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you Sangamta for well within time and development of the systems as per the BIS standards. That's a very remarkable work, and wish you all the best. And any questions? Yeah, please.
सर मेटल फायर के लिए आपका D टाइप पाउडर फायर एक्सटिंग्विशर आता है, तो वो ज़्यादा इफेक्टिवली होता है, और पाउडर फायर एक्सटिंग्विशर जैसे ABC और BC जो है मैंने आपको बताया वो भी इफेक्टिव है, बट अगर बहुत ज़्यादा आपके यहाँ आग लगने के चांसेस है और बहुत तादाद पर, तो आपको D क्लास टाइप फायर एक्सटिंग्विशर यूज़ करना चाहिए जिसमें D क्लास टाइप पाउडर होता है। यस सर, अगर जैसे मान लीजिए आपकी पावर ग्रिड में आग लग गई है तो वहाँ पे पानी फोम वाला एक्सटिंग्विशर आप यूज़ नहीं कर सकते, एंड कभी कभार हमें क्या होता है कि आग कहीं लगी है और उसके पास इलेक्ट्रिकल इक्विपमेंट्स या फिर कुछ और ऐसा केमिकल है जो उसको बढ़ावा दे सकते हैं। अगर मान लीजिए इलेक्ट्रिकल आग भी नहीं है, केमिकल्स की आग है, और उसमें अगर पानी एक्सटिंग्विशर आप यूज़ कर सकते हो, बट हो सकता है कि केमिकल्स में पानी से ज़्यादा और ज़्यादा हीटअप होकर या कुछ होकर रिएक्शन होकर वो बढ़ जाए, तो हम उनको ट्रेनिंग होनी चाहिए कि यहाँ पर ये वाली नहीं यूज़ करना है, एंड सब में जो सूटेबल है वो पाउडर एक्सटिंग्विशर है, क्योंकि पाउडर एक्सटिंग्विशर सारी आग को बुझाने में सक्षम है, as well as clean agent extinguishers.
I'll just add to him, wherever fire extinguishers are kept, probably all the employees are to be regularly trained, and they have different color codes on the fire extinguishers which can identify which can be used at for which type of fire. With this, we have another presentation. Do you have that? Okay, so we'll have the next presentation in the next session. So I'd like to thank all the esteemed speakers for a very fruitful session, and also to the participants who have already actively participated. And with this, I declare this session closed. Thank you.
Please stay here. I would request Dr. R.K. Sharma to offer the mementos to our distinguished panelists. Dr. R.K. Sharma to our Dr. Ashim Bhatnagar, our esteemed panelist, former Additional Director at Cbrn Expert in Mass. Next memento as a token of gratitude for your intelligent deliberations to Dr. N.K. Chaudhary, former Additional Director and Cbrn Expert. Sri G.V. Sriraman, CEO Neo Info Technologies. थोड़ा सा आगे चलिए. Sri G.V. Sriraman, Chief Executive Officer of Neo Info Technologies. Our next memento for Sri Srujit Sagar, Associate Director, TechnoSafe Consultants. Our next memento for our distinguished speaker, Sri Sagan Gupta, Director of Phytex India Private Limited. I request all the speakers to be present over here for a group photo. Please come to the center. Thank you, our distinguished speakers. Thank you all the dignitaries of this technical session too for addressing the audience with great information and knowledge on CBRN disasters. Now I welcome our distinguished speakers for the session 3 and for this panel discussion with this agenda on collaborative approach for CBRN risk mitigation. I would request Dr. Surya Prakash, Professor, National Institute of Disaster Management, to chair the session. Dr. Surya Prakash. Dr. Anu Grover and Dr. Shalu, Assistant Professor, NRSC, SGTU, for their participation in this session. Professor Sonal Saxena, Head of Microbiology Department, Maulana Azad Medical College. Dr. Tej Prakash Sinha, Additional Professor of Emergency Medicine, AIMS. And I also welcome Dr. Ashim Bhatnagar, former Additional Director and CBRN expert of INMAS. Yes, or we can put a chair. Your seat is here. Now I request Dr. Surya Prakash to take over this session.
Thank you. I think it is long day. We are starting at a time when we were expected to almost end. So I would request speakers of the session to kindly minimize the possible time with the most concrete suggestions and recommendations. So there is a 10 minutes time. We can have, if we agreed, 8 minutes, because people should be interested to listen and take the things away than just speaking only. And 2 minutes we can keep for question and answer. So without wasting time, I would just like to invite the first speaker, Professor Dr. Sonal Saxena ji, Head of Microbiology Department, Maulana Azad Medical College. She would be speaking on institutionalizing resilient laboratory networks for biological risk mitigation. She will discuss the role of microbiology labs in the CBRN risk mitigation through biosafety, biosecurity, quality assurance, and collaborative frameworks for early detection, rapid response, and preparedness against biological hazards. With these words, I request ma'am to please share her
Thank you, sir.
ideas. Please.
Thank you, sir. And the job of the last session is that everybody is too tired to ask questions. I'm trying to survive on that. And secondly, the job is very simple for the last speakers because much of it has already been said. But taking a perspective from COVID, my experience from 2020 till now, in establishing the biosafety in our laboratories, in working with biosecured areas, has given me certain experience which was very, very down to earth and very, very practical because it was actually on the ground and at least I was caught totally unawares. I had taken over as head of the department on 10th of January 2020 and you can imagine what would have happened. 16th of March we were the first lab to be operational in Maulana Azad to test COVID-19 and when I asked my dean 3 days into February, first week of February to ask for RNA extraction kits, he said 350 का क्या करोगी? मैंने कहा मैडम इसमें 10 लगेगा और हर महीने लगेगा अभी आप रुकिए. She said no, it's not going to come to India. So that typical DARDA cycle of denial was existing and after a lot of push I got my consumables by first week of March and I told ICMR let us run the mock runs and I think we'll be ready. And it was on the feet job where you learn and you do and you learn and you do and you fall and you learn and you do for the next 2 years, not just 1 year. When everybody got trained, 50% of them would fall sick. So I cannot even imagine what would happen if there was a biological disaster to an extent of what we saw in Kumbh a few days ago. Just imagine if this was a biological disaster and you have thousands and crores of patients with cholera in the hospital. It takes my breath away. Anyway, so when we talk of biosafety, most of our labs now, thanks to COVID, are equipped with biosafety level 2A. We are not yet into 3, only research facilities are into 3. But the containment facilities are there till 2A because most of the pathogens that we handle, 90% of them usually come into this. But when these are used for war purposes or for pandemic purposes, then the situation may be slightly different and we will have to be prepared for that. So these containment levels have to match the risk of the organisms. Very often we confuse the biosafety cabinets levels with biosafety levels. So we have to be very sure what biosafety levels are we talking about. The personal protective equipment. As I said, when I ordered for PPE, everybody said, why do you need PPE? We are looking after patients, we need PPE. Why do you need it in the lab? And I used to tell them, have you dealt with mirchi powder? Only in your dish. We deal with the spice, complete. And then I could convince, still majority, 95% of the PPE was going to the hospital and we had to beg, borrow and steal for our lab staff. So then the strict decontamination procedures. None of our laboratories actually had eye wash stations or had, the showers for decontainment of people, and they had to be impromptu built in. We converted installed the shower heads actually in the toilets because there was no other water supply, and the PWD also had a very limited people to work around with this. And then when we look at biosecurity, this is something which is, there are things which are just lying around. There are many accreditations now, and I'm really thankful for Kayakalp and NENQUAS, which has brought out this in the hospital that what oil should be in lock and key. That's very, very important. What all should be in lock and key is very, very important, because very often our laboratories are not access controlled. Most of the diagnostic laboratories, there is a complete patient flow. They are usually part of the hospitals. Patients come to give samples. They come to collect the reports. So you can't stop that flow. We are not fully digital to that extent that we completely stop the flow, especially in public health laboratories. I'm not talking about the private Dr. Lal's lab in Metropolis and in the Prastha and so on and so forth, but most of the public health laboratories do not have an access control. So monitoring and securing all of these organisms above biosafety 2 will be a potential bioterrorist agent, and we teach this to undergraduate students. So very, very strong practices to ensure that these pathogens and biological agents are actually not diverted to a wrong system is very much required. Then, of course, the quality assurance. When I test, you should have that trust on me that whatever MAMC tested was quality assured. So all of us are familiar with those 15189 accreditations, and we see on the laboratories the NABL logo. Please remember, if for all those who are non-medicos, please remember NABL accreditation is provided for a scope. For example, in our laboratory, the HIV testing by rapid method and the CD4 testing is NABL accredited, the rest is not. But I can very proudly put it up in my department and say we are NABL accredited laboratory, put a small asterisk and write at the bottom for HIV by rapid test and CD4 only. So that is another area where we have to look for, because there are internal quality measures, there are external quality measures, and then there are interlab comparators. When we had nothing for COVID, we had interlab comparators. We were the interlab comparator sites for about approximately 40 laboratories. So what we were doing was they would send their 5 positive and 10 negative samples. We would run those samples and tell a result to them that, okay, you were discordant in 20%, you were concordant in 80%, so probably you need to go back and look what's happening, because there was no standard EQUAS for COVID at that time. I'm talking about 2021. So these proficiency testings and accreditations also become extremely important, and we saw from the previous speakers, most of them said that we have a quality assured lab and we have a quality assured, we work according to this ISO. The medical testing laboratories work as per ISO 15189. Now we have 2022 standards which have become mandatory from 1st of January. So this provides the consistency, reliability, and I believe the massive trust that we have on these laboratories as to what is happening. And then there are certain collaborative frameworks. You know, it is mandated by the IHIB portal now, the Indian Health Information Portal, where we put in all the data which is related to infectious diseases for notifiable disease. For example, we isolate any Vibrio cholerae from a suspected cholera, any measles, any PCR for diphtheria, pertussis, any of these samples that we get for dengue, chikungunya, malaria, we have to enter in the IHIP portal and we have to inform the IDSP, the surveillance program of the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, which is coordinated from the NCDC or National Center for Disease Control. Anything unusual, we obviously inform the NCDC and we often take their help also. There are certain referral laboratories across the country. For example, for fungal infections, the referral laboratory is at PGI Chandigarh. For certain infections, it is at JIPMER. So all these, if we have any doubt, we send our samples there and we create that framework that they are able to either confirm our fears or negate our fears. And similarly, there are global and regional networks. One among them is the GORN network, which is coordinated by WHO for early detection of biological threats. The inter-laboratory collaborations also fosters timely response. If I find something unusual, about 2 years ago, from one of the samples we found a plague bacillus. The machine identified it as a plague bacillus and we were quite surprised because when we took the history, we found the person was living in the Yamuna Pushta area, which is anyway during the floods is a very bad area, and we thought probably there are some rats which are moving around, but that means the bacteria is present there and we have to look for it. And we hunted through and we took the samples of the mother and father and everything, and luckily we have a similar automation system in the same campus. In MAMC we have GB Pant Hospital which has a similar laboratory, so we send the sample there and they identified it as something else. So when they identified it as something else, something clicked immediately that although we have working on war footing with the Delhi government, but something is going wrong anyway. So I had actually shifted from Lady Harding in 2020 to Maulana Azad. So I sent the isolate to Lady Harding as well. So it was my own collaboration, you know, that I could get this done and I could confirm that it was not a plague. Otherwise, and I don't know what kind of system there is, all these are picked up usually on a Saturday morning or a Friday evening. I've never understood this. And this was somebody from WHO also said once, everything gets picked up on a Friday evening when I'm rushing home. The emergency officer said when they detected COVID-19. So this was Saturday morning. We were all here for a conference in the same hall. And I'm getting a call, there is a Yersinia pestis, the plague-causing bacillus. So we worked and then we found out that it was not, it was an error by the machine. And this is how the collaborations can sometimes, you know, negate that. But by that time, all our technical staff was sitting in fear as if the plague bacilli is going to jump and get into their system. But they were all in fear. Madam, plague aa gaya, madam, plague aa gaya. So that is also very, very important. The information that is related from your labs. We always talk of biosecurity, but the information that is there. I still remember when I went for my first rapid response team with central government to Barpeta in Assam, we were told by the ministry, don't talk at the airport that you're going as a rapid response containment for bird flu. Don't discuss where you're going, why you're going, all 5 of you. And we were actually 5 of us from Safdarjung, from Harding, we were actually sitting like this at the airport and in the plane, that we don't talk to each other because we were all bubbling. It was my first visit, so we were all bubbling with excitement and anticipation as to what we are going to see, but we were not talking because we were so scared. They said somebody will hear it and the media will make a mockery out of it. So whereas data sharing platforms already exist, what actually works here is that you have the real time data collection. Like I said, there is a suspected plague. Now I flagged the DG Delhi government and I flagged the IDSP portal because, and I said that this is a tentative identification, not final, but I want the machinery to get into picture because everybody is half day on Saturday, Sunday is a holiday. I can't wait till Monday for this data. So this kind of an early warning systems have to be built in our labs and in our other labs, and then contact tracing. We immediately got the samples of the mother, the father, this has come from a child. So that they don't take away the patient, and we just told them we want to reconfirm something, so a repeat sample and all that. And then before going in, thank God it was stopped at 4, but otherwise we would have moved on to say to NCDC and a geographic information systems and surveillance, and then they do a geotagging as to this is the area. Particularly for plague, they do a geotagging that this is the area from where this is coming, because most of the vector and rodent-borne infections are usually limited to that particular area. And then we might have to work with an international collaboration, which usually doesn't matter for us. And it is the preparedness that comes for these biological hazard. And the most neglected part is the resilience design. You know, where are most of our laboratories? The laboratories are in simple rooms which were probably just built in as part of a medical college or an hospital. And my college was built in the 50s, so most of this was a post-independent development. Lady Harding is 1916. So there are structured resilience designs which are required, which have a kind of a system where there is a HEPA filter and there is an HVAC system. There should be an advanced fire protection. I think Sir has already elucidated that a lot. But we should be ready and we should be trained. What we forget is nobody knows how to use the cylinder, and very often I wonder अगर आग लगी ना तो cylinder से किसी का हाथ पैर ही टूटेगा, because we are a woman-dominated department. एंड मुझे तो लगता ही नहीं सर वो बॉल इज़ अ गुड आइडिया कि वो सिलेंडर ही कोई मेरी पीजी उठा सकती है. आई एम वेरी मच डाउट. एंड देन देयर आर फ्लड प्रोटेक्शंस. आई हैव सीन डिपार्टमेंट्स. I went to take an exam in Surat, and unfortunately the college got flooded because there was torrential rain and there was no way I could come out of that after the exam. I had to wait till 6 or 7 o'clock, and I was wondering, if here was a disaster, how will the department function? The department was in some corner and the whole thing got flooded. So we don't think of these things. Then the natural ventilation and lighting. If you can't have HVAC or advanced buildings, at least have a natural ventilation. But what we do is, ye wali balcony cover kar do, it will become a storage area. Let's cover this. MAMC has got a beautiful building. It's got corridors which are connected. It's an E-shaped building which has got corridors connecting it. And all the corridors are now lined up with secured grills because to prevent thefts. And I often wonder, these were probably made for ventilation. कोई कोना मिला उसमें एक पोटा कैबिन लग गया क्योंकि हमें बहुत ज़रूरत है. So these are the things which are, have to be taken care of. And the disaster preparedness, the risk mitigation, we never work on the risk mitigation. The emergency plan, somebody said that we make plans and nobody reads them. It's actually truth. I got a disaster management plan, I will keep it for ready reference. But when the disaster will strike, I will not even remember where it is, like we often tell. One of my seniors sir used to say, मैंने अपनी बीवी को दिया था, उसने संभाल के रख दिया. So that's what we do with most of our disaster plans. And if somebody talks about a disaster plan, we will say, यार शांत हो जा, कुछ नहीं हो रहा. This is what, we are built into that. The denial, the resistance, the confusion, and then we come to acceptance and commitment. The backup power and redundancy. That how many of our labs have 100% backup power? Today morning I was conducting a meeting and we had something spread out on the table and suddenly the light went. And in dark we were like, okay, let's wait for 10 minutes, the light backup will come up. And again the same story with data protection. Anybody can log into any computer. The passwords are welcome. So you're welcoming anybody to take that data. We don't believe that data can be, stolen. And today somebody sent on our doctors group that few of the patient monitors that were bought from China have an IP door signaling all the data to God knows where. It's in news today. Somebody sent that clipping on our group. And then trainings and drill. Whenever recently we had a fire alarm going up and we thought that it's a drill, let's keep sitting, and it was actually a fire. So, I'll just finish, sir. And that's another disadvantage of being the last speaker. Stockpiling the reagents, like I gave a message about the RNA thing. We don't envisage and we don't stockpile things. Damage assessment and prioritization, and we create these temporary facilities if required. We've done a lot during our COVID. We've created those structures where patients were hoarded. And resource allocation and emotional support. What we forget mostly is what impact is disaster having on our human force, on our workforce, which is very, very important. So another thing which is very important to us as microbiologists is the emerging and the re-emerging infectious diseases. Re-emerging is something which has gone down and then has come up. For example, drug-resistant tuberculosis. We had controlled tuberculosis, but now we have drug-resistant tuberculosis. And now with genome sequencing and automated identification methods, we have a lot of area into this, work into this going on, where you can immediately identify. The monkeypox, we got one case, we were the only lab in Delhi, we got the first case, but when we identified it, we found it's from the old clade, so nothing to worry. It is not man-to-man spread. So immediately that fear and that pressure goes away. And the factors are increasing, which are increasing the emergence of these diseases as well. And integrating with the other domain. Why can't there be a radiological risk at a hospital? Why do we talk only about infections? Why there can't be a chemical spill? I'm sure all the departments other than microbiology also store a lot of chemicals. We wash our glassware with H2SO4 in microbiology because otherwise we can't remove that serums which is there. And I've tried my level best to get automated washers. The blood clot cannot be removed by them very well. So we need those acids. We work with acetone. Our students work with acetone in gram staining. So all these, they have to be integrated. They have to, you can't just train a medical college on biological risk. You have to train them on other risks as well. And just to conclude, we need to avoid this, the famous Swiss cheese model where we don't bring all the things in one go. Only then are we going to create a problem for us. So strengthening the policies, training and development, interdepartmental collaborations and risk assessment is something that we all need to work around, not just me as a medico or you as a a radio or a nuclear physicist. So I think thank you so much.
It was really a very good, interesting and impressive talk. Somehow due to time constraint I had to intervene in between. But anyway, we will invite now the second speaker, Dr. Tej Prakash Sinha ji. He is additional professor of emergency medicine at AIIMS. He'll speak about emergency medical preparedness for CBRN incidents. So strategies for readiness in hospitals and emergency departments.
Thank you, sir, and thanks to all for inviting me. I will try to take you through, like madam, we also had similar kind of experience. Once the COVID came, our trauma center was converted to COVID center, so biological threat. Then again we came back and started the trauma services at trauma center, and then during G20, end of August, G20 was 8 to 10 September, end of August we were called and told that your center is going to be one of the CBRN center and you have to deal with the nuclear and radiological disasters. So as a we thought that this is a challenge, and each challenge brings some opportunity to learn, to improve. So once the Honorable Director was called and given the charge of developing this center as capable of dealing at least few numbers of these CBRNE patients, we started thinking as team, are we capable? Is my center is going to convert and cater the same? Because trauma center is going to cater all the trauma disasters also during the G20. So this much of time, 8th September, and we are on 30th or 31st of August. So 8-10 days, we have to do the drills and many more things. Do we have enough resources, areas, and many more questions were there. So we thought this is the time to call our seniors, known people who we feel that they are the good people and they can guide us. So thanks to Dr. Pratik, is Radiation Safety Officer, NDRF team, and you can see Asim sir there, Dr. Kaushik sir is there, and they all helped us along with the army people, NDRF, a lot of people helped us to understand what we have to do, how we can achieve these things in this much short time. Thanks to the seniors who have created this mass casualty response at our center. So Holi is one such event where we used to receive a lot of patients. So a lot of numbers of trauma patients we were used to handle for a long time. So that was the base on which we were confident that we can do something. So everyone follows this idea of doing the greatest good for greatest number. So ultimately, we are going to deal with large number with special needs. So we generally, in any kind of preparedness, we go with these major 4 domains apart from a lot of other things also. So thinking about this CBRNE preparedness, we thought that can we achieve those things, or how to create those spaces like decontamination, new triage for these patients, separate clinical care areas for those who are contaminated apart from those non-contaminated, and same time you have to run the normal trauma services also. What about the worried well, those who are coming with a doubt of having exposure of these kind of things? So family areas, media, stores, a lot of things, waste disposal. As far as staff, we all know that we have to increase the number of staff, then protection of these staff, educating these staff about the new challenges, what is this, how to handle this, what kind of protocols we are going to follow, what kind of processes flow we are going to follow. So all those things
and getting the additional equipment, supplies, drugs, diagnostic, etc., needed for these specific conditions. Then the usual processes are going on, like patient flow, the logistic supply flow, and many more are going ahead. How we are going to build in the new processes for catering these kind of patients or the emergencies. So these things in mind, we went ahead with creating, repurposing our spaces and putting some extra spaces to accommodate the newer things. Like this is probably the 1st of September, this is the lining and all things were going on. So these special areas we were preparing for the radiological and those kind of nuclear, so that spill and those prevention. So you can see decontamination chamber. We were not having idea how to contain and create that kind of decontamination chamber in a very short span of time. Thanks to our engineering department that they came up with the idea to why not to create a steel container and then go with putting this steel container after just simple testing and going ahead with that. So we created the separate pathways, the decontamination area, the change area, the waste disposal area, the newer triage area for these complete separate pathways and care areas. So these are the various triage area and other areas. There is the resus bay for those patients who are coming with contamination and life-threatening scenarios, where you don't have time to decontaminate those patients, or the contaminant is lying inside the body. So you have to operate maybe and safeguard the life first and thinking about the decontamination side by side. So these are the various areas which we prepared. So resuscitation, observation. So thankfully, the previous years we were having certain areas earmarked for other purposes which were repurposed during that time. So this is one observation area. This is the resus area. Creating those stuffs, many things as per the guidance from various agencies and seniors like Asim sir and others who guided us, and radiation safety officers, army people, NDR people. So what kind of things we require? So we just listed out, tried to find out those people who can supply us, and many things we gathered so that we can we can handle these scenarios. Now coming to the patient flow, since if your manpower is not aware about the newer patient flow or how these patients will come, there is high chances you are running the normal services, exaggerated services for trauma care, and these patients. So high likely that those unprotected manpower is going to handle those contaminated patients, or maybe these both can mix up. So very, very important is to create very clear pathways for flow of these contaminated patients versus those who are coming with the normal trauma. So all the pathways we earmarked, everything was having the signages, appropriate signages, markings. So all these were inbuilt while preparing these areas. This we made the various maps, running the tabletop drills through these maps, having various sessions how these kind of patients are going to flow, which pathway they will take, where they will stop, where they will not stop, what kind of travel plan will be there. So these all sort of different category patients or severity wise patients, how they are going to flow, where they will stop, who will treat, how they will treat. So all kind of pathways were very much earmarked. They, like information or communication pathway, who will inform that this kind of patient is coming. So management pathways, treatment plans, everything was laid out clearly. Multiple sessions we have to take to train, to make our manpower aware that what kind of new things we are going to handle, how we are going to handle, who will do what, and if something happens, how you are going to respond to newer things or newer challenges. So multiple sessions were taken up. Their concerns also, their own safety concerns, they were feared that whether we are going to get exposed ourselves, yes or no, how we are going to protect ourselves. These all things were requiring various discussions, classrooms, tabletops, site trainings. And finally, the overall protocol was released and it was circulated, and all were aware about this protocol, which made all the things streamlined. So this is how we prepared our JPN Apex Trauma Center for addressing the newer challenge of this radiological and nuclear. The major concern at that time was the staff, less in number, but same time they were feared that whether we are going to expose, if we are going to expose, who will take care of that. The shift pattern, like during COVID, there was buddy time or buddy pattern, like 2 persons are going, one is working for 3 hours, one is coming up. So how we are going to plan those rosters and all. So these things were made easy after a lot of discussions, deliberations through these protocol books and all. So this was our experience which we had at our trauma center, and now in all those kind of national alerts we are going, we are on alert, and whatever way we can respond, best way we can respond, we are preparing ourselves to learn more and do more response. Recently, whatever little knowledge we had, we shared with the Mahakumbh team, and one team came from the Sarup Rani Hospital, and there was from Ministry of Health and Ministry of Home Affairs, they were also asked to create Cbrn Center. So whatever little knowledge we had, we shared with them, and finally, very recently, they come up with this new Cbrn facility at Prayagraj Medical College, and hope this will not be required, but still we need to be prepared always. Like Madam told, that preparedness is key, and we should be ready. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sahab. I think it's a great insight into how we prepared during G20 for the CBRN emergencies. It was a great challenge, and AIMS have been able to meet that challenge well. Now I would invite Dr. Asim Bhatnagar, the former Additional Director and CBRN expert, to talk on medical countermeasures and public health preparedness.
Namaste. Well, after what Professor Madam has told and what ChatGPT has to offer, I think I'll, with permission of the organizers, skip on vaccines and antidotes. You know, whatever ChatGPT is not able to tell you, I think she is the best person. But yes, the other two are what we have been doing most of our professional life, and we have certain, again, to make it more interesting, certain anecdotes to share rather than sharing information. 2010 Commonwealth Games, Ministry of Defense had stored about 5,000 doses of 20 CBRN drugs. Half of them were new drugs which were waiting for approval at DCGI office, and half were conventional drugs, and they were kept with the permission of ICMR, and these were made at All India Institute, Department of Pharmacology, because making them through GMP through private sector is very difficult, costly, so they have been helping with us. So this is for Tej. Even Pandian is even now willing to help if told in advance. So though we kept these drugs as reserve, they were approved, 12 of them, for human use as phase 2 / emergency usage approval in 2011 for 2 decades, which means now the period is coming to an end. Till now we had a legal cover to use these things. What they had done, Drug Controller General, that any disaster in future, anywhere in India, anybody can give this drug and it will be considered as a phase 2 trial. So that was probably the first time they relaxed the rules for emergency uses approval. This thing is there in USA for a long time, but instead of giving approval directly, they wrote that after 2 decades now they will probably give a full usage approval. So it's up to INVAS to see what can be done. The deadline finishes this year. there was a talk about reuse of expired drugs. See, our drugs are not going to be used with a great probability, which means the money is going to get wasted. But the fact is they are needed at the place of use, either at the time of accident, or most of them are actually precautionary, like potassium iodide. So you can't rush these drugs from Delhi to Bombay or Delhi to Guwahati in a matter of 30 minutes or preempting. What Army had done, and there are some documents to prove that for 5 extra years they will be using expired drugs as second line of storage drugs. I think Vinod was also there in the meeting. And then it was in mass responsibility to check their applicability, toxicity, and percentage of the drug remaining and all. We did it diligently for few years, and we found that actually, what most of us suspect, like for most drug, pharma companies always give a lesser time. Most of the drugs are good enough for 5 to 7 years. See, they are not going to change into poisons one day after the expiry. The thing is, the API reduces somewhat, and in case of antidotes, you are going to give in excess anyway, so it doesn't matter. So this Army had approved for their internal use, but maybe this is the time this thing can be extended to civil society, because India or any other society cannot afford keeping these drugs in a very large number. Like CBRN center to bana diya Pushkar mein either. What happens if you need potassium iodide? How much potassium iodide can you store? So we did some few research also, like in potassium iodate actually. The shelf life is supposed to be 6 months. So our scientists at INMAS, I think your department, they created enteric coated, and we could extend the deadline till 2 years. So what we supplied in Commonwealth and what we kept as a reserve for Ministry of Defence since then are enteric coated. While we were trying to develop these drugs, there were certain interesting issues. Like there was a reference to alpha ketoglutarate as a cyanide drug. How do you test it in humans? Without testing, DCGI is not will give you permission even for phase 1, phase 2. What to do? So we went to our ethics committee, then we went to DCGI, and we created cyanide peak in humans, 17 of them, by giving BD. BD contains natural cyanide, and sodium nitroprusside IV injection also gives rise to cyanide. So half of the patient, we did it sodium nitroprusside, half with BD, with and without drug, and we could prove to the drug regulator that this works. We got the approval for 2 weeks. So these are out of the things which we have to, out of the box things we have to do, particularly in CBRN. Another example, in nuclear medicine, we use radioactivity in humans daily as a routine, which means they are radioactive patients. To test any decooperating agent or any diuretic or whatever drug we have to reduce the radioactivity burden. So that also we got approval, and many of the 12 drugs I am referring to, without going in the details, we proved to DCGI that when the patient becomes radioactive by for let's say a cardiac test or a bone test or whatever, then we use our drugs with and without to show the actual effect in the human body. Same thing with radioiodine, which is given for let's say grave disease. When we image these patients, yes, radioiodine gets emitted in saliva also, which means that if you look diligently, many of the ladies, their fingertips, their handkerchiefs will contain contamination for the next 3-4 days. क्योंकि ये तो continuous आ रहा है. we use them as model for showing the drugs to decontaminate the skin. And this is the actual radioiodine which will be released in a bomb blast. And I'm happy with the sir from our BRC, because when we told our uniformed people that why one should not be very let's say afraid of dirty bomb, and we were talking about tactical that time, the deaths are not going to be the figure they had in mind was a total exaggeration. And I wonder if sir was with me that in Fukushima, if there was no death due to radiation, the message is loud and clear. And this has clear indications for SOP for Government of India and other bodies, because if we prepare for dirty bomb right now, they think in terms of ICU, they think in terms of God ki pata nahi kya kya ho jayega. But as radiation workers, frankly, we are not afraid, and we are strengthened by what our boss from BRC says. सब ठीक है, don't डरने की बात नहीं होती इन चीज़ों में. Yes, there will be chronic effects, but then there are other ways to look into the problem. Like when this issue was with the AIMS was given this responsibility, this is the area where we can have a role. Like we are all 60 plus, our families are complete, and we know what is happening, and we are not afraid of radiation. So we are the guys who can actually be helpful as first responder or whatever word you say. I'm talking about myself. I hope others will agree. क्योंकि इसमें डरने की बात ही नहीं है, जितना आपकी नर्स डरेगी जो उसको आप पढ़ा रहे हैं. आप कितना मर्जी पढ़ा लो, वो डरेगी जिंदा जाने से. So these were the few things I wanted to share. We have introduced a course for doctors through IGNOU, 6 months e-learning course, medical management for CBRNE, running successfully for last 3 years. 220, I think people have cleared it, doctors. So there's a network, and now we are planning to start with some university course for first responders. So doctors amongst you will, whosoever is interested, they can go to IGNOU website. It's a e-learning course. And in future, basically, CBRN is not going to be just a small probability, because by law, what I heard that toxic industrial chemicals are now part of CBRNE. So when you are talking about industrial chemicals, you are talking about daily happenings all over the country. So this is not something which is somewhere in the future in some Timbuktu. It is happening every day. Because PP is required, these same drugs are required, same mentality is required, first responders, quarantines, everything is same. So this is now legally used as a CBRN. So that information I wanted to share. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bhatnagar. Now I invite Dr. Anu Grover and Dr. Shalu to speak on simulation-based trainings for CBR and emergency preparedness.
So, very good evening to everyone sitting here. Greetings from the National Reference Simulation Center, SGT University. Before I proceed, I would like to thank Dr. Sharma for introducing me with, I think, couple of years back with the CBRN. This was a new term to me, being I'm basically from the nursing background. So that ignited me that what we can do as a National Reference Center in the simulation, what we can do for the CBRN emergencies and how we can prepare the warriors for that. Because since morning we are talking on that what CBRN and how we can get ready for that. But still I want to understand and I want to discuss how we can train the people and how we can train the forces who are going to manage these kind of disasters when they're going into the field, because that is most important. When we are going and getting into the field, the people are already aware about what kind of problems they can face and what kind of encounters they can have, because just going with the theory knowledge and providing with the stuffs, I don't think personally that it is going to help anyway. I believe that people should be first encountered in the simulated environment and simulated zones where we can help them to understand the realistic situations which they can encounter if there any disaster comes in. So to proceed with, I would like to talk on what are the basic challenges which we are facing and what are the issues to give the classical CBRN training, because there is a lack of hands-on trainings and hands-on skill sessions for the people, because the chances are, because there is an infrequent and limited hands-on learning, because we cannot ask somebody to run the CBRN drills as like so frequently, because it has some catastrophic consequences. So that can be possible, and that is the challenges which we face when we are preparing the CBRN warriors and preparing the CBRN emergencies. So there are traditional methods, because with the evolving threats, with the evolving problems and evolving emergencies, it is really, really important when we are training our disaster force and when we are training our disaster guards, that how they are going to take care of these things with the newer methodologies and newer techniques. So insufficient simulation-based education with virtual reality and whether AI things are also one challenge which we face when we are preparing our CBRN forces and CBRN training disaster things accordingly. So what I feel the role of simulation-based training in CBRN preparedness, because what we can do through simulation, we can create some realistic situations, realistic scenarios where we can replicate the actual situations, what we know, the actual symptoms, the actual signs and problems which patients can face once they have been through or once they have been with that disaster. So this is we can say all in all, this is a safe practice which we can actually follow, because as Saxena ma'am was talking about, that it is learn and do, then learn and fall, and then learn and do. So it is multiple times in a safe, psychological safe environment, we can run the simulations with the same problem until unless I feel my person is ready to get into that disaster field where the problem actually happens. So we can multiple times, we can replicate and we can repetitive practices we can give to the people before they actually get into the situations. Definitely when we replicate the situations, what actually happens, it enhances and it boosts the decision making which happens in the pressure. There are many studies which says if we talk like people are very much knowledgeable, despite of good and sound knowledge, we are failures in the events when there is an emergency or disasters happens. We got panic, we got anxious. So that adrenaline rush when happens, this leads to, people are not able to full-fledged, they are not able to give their full and 100% knowledge and skills there. So it is really, really important we can create that situations in the simulation where we are putting that pressure on the persons and where we can increase and boost up their decision-making skills as well. So these are the things can be customizable. This is depending on the incidents. So some problems are related to the, some disasters are chemical, some are biological. So that depends that what kind of incidents are happening in my area, in my zone. Accordingly, I can customize the trainings in that sense. That is very much possible through simulation. So hands-on experiences, if we keep on doing multiple times, that is definitely helping in retention, and it improves the collaboration, it improves the communication, because not only the skills, not only your knowledge will work, not only your hands-on will work, it is more important how you are taking the leadership roles in that. Because we were talking in the morning in one of the panels, so we were discussing that it is more important that how I am going to take that leadership, how I am going to be the leader of that particular group, because chaos happen when you work in a team, when you work in a collaboration. So that is very, very important to teach to my warriors when they're going into the field, before they get into that. I can teach them what importance a communication and collaboration and a teamwork along with the leadership. That is very much possible, which we can do through the simulation. So we are the National Reference Simulation Center in tetrapartite collaboration with Indian Nursing Council, JPIGO, Ladle and SGT University itself. So we are Asia's first referral center. So we try to give the trainings to our students, to health professionals, to emergency doctors, and the people who are with the biological threats and dealing with the biological problems and issues. So we provide to give them the training in a safe learning environment, where we provide the safe learning environment in multiple means. So safe learning is that there are many things in our simulation center which are all real. So if I have an incubator with me in the center, that incubator can go anytime to the newborn care side and that can be worked. So all things are real other than the actual patient. So patients are not real. So that is a safe learning which we are giving to our students as well as to our health professionals. So we are providing the multiple opportunities where they can replicate multiple times the same simulation, same scenario, until unless I feel as a trainer that my person is very well versed with the things and confident. Yes, it is very important when we work. It's not only we are dealing with the victim, we are dealing with the families also. We are dealing with the senior persons, we are dealing with the junior persons, we are dealing with lay people. So it is really important how we are going to make it inter-collaboration. So how we are making it inter-professional. So that is very important when you amalgamate the multiple disciplines along with how you can teach and train your persons who are going to get into their problems. So that is definitely we can adapt as the resource limited settings accordingly. Whatever we need, we are going with that. So I'll be showing you one video of our infrastructure of NRSC. So before I'm going to show you the video, I just want to give a gist of what simulation is. So there is a process. When we do simulation, I don't say it is a technology. It is not on the technology things. It is not related to the equipments, and it is not related to the high fidelity mannequins only. It is more on what is the process I'm using to train my people, what is the process and what is the methodology I'm recommending them to make sure that they are well versed with the things which they are going to encounter. So we provide with them the pre-briefing. So when I say pre-briefing, it is more that I'm telling that what are the things we are going to do today. So when I say the things, that does not mean that I'm talking on the action points, because if I tell the actions, that becomes a role play. So my focus is more on, I'm just giving them the objective that what we are going to do today. So I am understanding from their actions how they are going to manage that emergency. So in the pre-briefing, I talk a lot many things basically on the objectives and all the equipments and the mannequins and their limitations, what they can do with them. Then we run the scenario for 5 to 7 minutes where I am the passive observer. I am just observing as a trainer, as a facilitator, where I want to see how my person is acting in an emergency. So let's take an example. Suppose there is somebody collapse in front of me immediately now. So how my students or how my learners are going to manage that emergency. So in the simulations, I am not going to intervene. That is the psychological safety we are providing. I am just observing because I know the patient, if they are giving some wrong medication, I will revive this patient in next 2, 3, 5 minutes because this is my acting patient. So that is the scenario they run. So after my observation is over, we sit with them for the debriefing sessions. That is the most important. I say it's a heart and soul of simulation because maximum learning takes place here. I want them to reflect back what they have done in the scenario. I want them to learn from their own actions. I want them to learn from their own experience, because if you help them to reflect on their own mistakes, that will give the long-term learning and the retention is more. So that's the kind of simulation we do. So this is the way, if we say the pre-briefing and scenario makes an experiential learning, and if I talk about the debriefing, that makes a reflective learning. So that experiential and reflective learning is very, very important when we are training our people for these kind of disaster managements and disaster issues. So I just want to play one video. So can I request from the audiovisual room? Can you play the SGT video? Okay. So this is the infrastructure.
Welcome to India's first National Reference Simulation Center, NRSC, located at SGT University in Gurugram. The 13,000 square feet simulation center is developed in partnership with USAID, Chapaigo, Lardal, SGT University and Indian Nursing Council to implement nursing and interprofessional education in a state-of-the-art simulation center through integration of skills and simulation into nursing curriculum. The first step will be to train master trainers from nursing colleges from all states of India. The center is designed to cover the entire curriculum of BSc Nursing using the experiential learning methodology illustrated by the circle of learning. The first element is knowledge acquisition, for which the center has a designated area. The second element is skills proficiency. This large space of over 1,000 square feet is designed for training and practicing in individual skills using task trainers and mannequins like intubation and IV. There is also an allocated space to practice quality CPR. It can also be set up as a classroom area. There is a dedicated room to learn and practice critical thinking, clinical reasoning, and decision making, essential for quality care. Now let's move to the heart of the center, the simulation rooms. Every room replicates an actual clinical setting. The environment and the high-quality simulators make the experience realistic, resulting in highly effective learning. Every simulation room has its own control room with a one-way viewing glass. Facilitators can operate the simulators and observe a session from the control room without disturbing the participants. Debriefing is the most important part of simulation, and every room has a separate area equipped with audio-visual aids. All the simulation rooms are soundproof and are designed to provide a safe learning environment for the participants. We hope you enjoyed the tour of the National Reference Simulation Center. We welcome you.
Yes, sir. Okay, so very good afternoon. Myself, Dr. Shalu. I'm also a trainer at National Reference Simulation Center. So you have seen our center. It will be a well-established 14,000 square feet. Yes, sir. Okay. So what all things you have seen in that center? Can we have some interaction? What you have seen in that video? Anyone? Okay, so in that video, we have shown how my students, like basically that in that video you have seen the students, but this center we are dealing with the, like already ma'am informed, we are training all the healthcare fraternity. We involve the persons who are dealing with the patient's life. So instead of students, other trainers and the defense people, army peoples, so it is for all the medical fraternity. And what we are doing at that center, we are going to make them learn in the realistic scenarios. We are creating as real as we can create with the help of different kind of mannequins. Like you have seen in the video, we are having a high fidelity mannequins which are full body mannequins which can show the real things, symptoms, real voice, real signs as like a human beings can give. So in that situation, when we are running the actual simulation scenarios, for example, we will give there was a gas explosion happen in the lab, right? For due to some, we are doing something like technical things and there was a gas explosion. So how they are managing that situation? Since morning we are learning, we need to learn about self-protection, we need to learn about how to identify the things. Yes, definitely we learn, so we are having so many things available, how to identify, how to do the self-protection, but we are very much lacking with the trainings, and in that too also the experiential learning we are very lacking, because most of the centers are giving the trainings of hands-on, but maybe the realism will be lacked. So what was the beauty of this simulation? They feel the real situation, like they are dealing with the real patients. With the help of those mannequins, we are also having a task trainers, different type of task trainers. In that, they can actually perform the real skill. And it's not like that if they are giving the CPR mannequin, they will not get anything. In those mannequins, they are able to feel the pulse. In those mannequins, they are able to feel the depth, how much we are compressing, which they will not get in the journal normal demo, like normal mannequins. So that was the advancement of the mannequins. With those advanced things, we can run the different kind of modules to make them train. Like since morning, we are learning different type of like disasters. It can be the chemical disaster, it can be the biological disaster. So due to those disasters, what impact will be happen on the community? The people are suffering from various disease. It can be the respiratory, because your body whole system can be affected with any one of them. It can affect on the brain, it can affect on your like cardio system, it can affect on your musculoskeletal system. So we are running the different kind of modules in which we are taking them in that actual situation. Okay, there was some patients who are getting into the respiratory attack. So you are able to see in those pictures, some are with the mannequins and some are with the standardized patients. So we can create a patients like they actually act like a respiratory distress. They are also showing the sign and symptoms and everything. And our first care responders dealing with that in the real situation, okay, how I need to manage those kind of patients if they are having any symptoms, how we need to treat them. So these are trainings we are giving to them. So different kind of scenario modules we are running, you are able to see. Then other than that, we are also focusing on the evacuation method. It's not only we need to treat the patient at the casualty site, we have to evacuate them also. For example, there was a fire case, right? So in fire case, instead of dealing that first, we need to evacuate the area. So in evacuation also, we are running the different kind of module trainings, like how to do the evacuation with the help of available resources. And other than this, if there is any decontamination, any spill will be there. So how you can do the decontamination with the different protocols. So everything is hands-on. They are actually performing in that actual setting. They should not assume anything. So that was the beauty of simulation. And whenever they are doing, like already ma'am said, we are not interfering. So whatever the errors can happen, let them do. Because due to those errors, they were able to learn, and those things will be improved when they are dealing with the actual patient and when they are dealing with the actual casualty. So that's why they are learning there through the simulation, and their psychomotor activities, other things will be involved. Okay, in simulation, like already we learn about simulation, it is a replication of real situation. But in that, only hands-on is required? No, because the person is only implementing the hands-on when they are having a skill proficiency, when they are having a knowledge. So in that you already seen there is a circle of learning. So whenever we are training the first care responders in the simulation, we also focus they have well-versed knowledge. Because if they are having knowledge, then only they can able to apply, then only they can do the critical thinking, which is the third component. Because if I don't know how I need to use the gas fire extinguisher, if I don't have a knowledge also, then how I can try to use it, right? So knowledge is very important. After knowledge, skill is also very important, because sometimes we have a knowledge, but we don't know how to use it. And sometimes we are afraid, okay, maybe something wrong will happen, or we take too much of time, so we will not give a try also. So skill is also equally important. So in that simulation, once we deal with the knowledge, skill, and the critical thinking, and we will let them do to apply all three components. And once they are done with the simulation, whatever they are feeling, they apply their knowledge, their thinking, their skills, and once it is completed, we will sit and we'll discuss. We'll just make them the debriefing, that in that they will learn through the reflective learning. Okay, what you have done in that scenario. And it's not only we need to focus on the errors, we also focus on the good practices to boost their motivation, because that is very important for them. So in that, yes sir, we are done. So this is only the simulation is, we are creating real situation, and they will learn by experiential as well as the reflective learning. Experience by performing the things in actual scenario, and reflecting after the scenario we just discuss, because we need to reduce their errors for the next time so that they can implement and they can change those things when they are going to face the real situations. So like that we are making them prepared, or like that we are making them train through the simulation. And these are the some futures for simulation in the CBRN. Like already since morning we are focusing, we need to take the advanced technologies. So we are more focusing with the high fidelity simulators, AI and virtual simulations, so that they can take the real experience, nearby real experience, how to deal and how to anticipate the further emergencies. Multi-agency training programs we can deal, like we can collaborate with the different kind of agencies like defense, army. Sir was, one of our esteemed speaker was telling in the morning, leadership quality is very important. We need to teach them the leadership also, and then they take a leadership when they are doing work in the coordination. So for that we can train in the multi-agency training programs from the different aspects. Next is regular drills and realistic scenarios. Yes, we already talked. It is a regular type of training. It's not only that only one time you give the trainings and then it is closed. Because every time something new will be coming and we need to make them updated with the knowledge in the technologies which is coming. And last was, which is very important, public awareness. Because we have to be aware the public also. If our general public is not aware, we will not get the support and coordination for the first care responders. So we have to be target our civil population also to treat, to educate about their first aid management if some pandemic will be happen. So these are our future plans which we can train through the simulation based education. Thank you so much.
So thanks to all the speakers for sharing their rich knowledge. Now, yes, that's the time for the audience now.
Yes, sir. Okay.
All the simulators, we have a simulator in class also. Can the responder see what is the cause of the attack by just seeing the symptoms? Are the simulators actually giving out that kind of a vomit or something, or the eye color of the eyes, pupils turning, so that medical management is fine? That you're doing, even you're doing other, not only CPR, and your other training is also being done because it's a nursing school. So focus is not purely CBRN. You may have just factored CBRN there. That's what my take is. So does the simulators give you those symptoms for CBR?
Okay. So yes, sir. I just like to answer your question. Yes, we cannot say कि it can give the fully 100% symptoms like the real patient, real human being can give. But yes, definitely some of the symptoms with the help of simulators we can show, like the pupil you asked. So we are having a different colors of magnetic pupils with that particular symptom, and we need to know the first knowledge. Okay, in this situation, this color of pupil will be reacted, this kind of color will be changed. So we need to prepare our simulators beforehand for running that particular scenario.
So does the simulators have the capability now?
Yeah. Yes. Yes, sir.
So we know the chemical warfare, we know the biological, like you know some condition in chest, if it is a human like thing, then it will give you that kind of sign. And as she has mentioned, the dilated pupils and all those. Then sound. Sound is that the controller who was sitting there, either he can or somebody from there can act as a patient, and that sound will come from the simulator. Or you can have a recorded one.
So that is inbuilt. In many of the mannequins it is inbuilt, but some symptoms we generate as per the need and we can just replicate the things.
Now I have one more difficult question.
Yes, sir,
Yes,
please.
sir.
You have just mentioned AI and that kind of simulator. I have not found any that kind of simulator.
Yes.
AI enabled and that's what you have mentioned.
Yes, sir. That is actually we have expanded with our 14,000 square feet.
Companies are making CAE and letter. Those are the leaders.
Yes, sir. So, yes, sir. Sure. Sure, sir. Sure. Thank you.
So, and one more thing I would like to add, sir, like we are doing these kind of scenarios with hybrid simulator or standardized patients. Like I can be the standardized patient and I can act like the patient symptoms show in that some particular casualty. So these kind of simulations also we will run.
recognize disability. Yes.
So I think now it would be the time, if there are no more questions, to conclude this session, and I must thank the speakers who had made this session very enlightening and enriching with their knowledge, information, ideas and innovations, and some incubations they are doing now. I hope all of us are likely to be benefited, and thank you very much, and I thank the organizers for providing me this opportunity to share the session. Thank you very much.
Now I would like to request Mr. Bishwajit Sahu, Director CDPRR, to give away the mementos to the dignitaries and deliver the vote of thanks. I would like to request Dr. Sonal Saxena to please come forward. Thank you so much. Next, Dr. Tej Prakash Sinha, Additional Professor of Emergency Medicine, AIIMS. Dr. Anu Grover, Director, SGT Stimulation-Based Training for Cbrn Emergency Preparedness. Dr. Shalu, SGT University, Simulation-Based Training for Cbrn Emergency Preparedness Training.
Thank you so much for joining us. Before offering the vote of thanks, here is a brief announcement from our side. As a follow-up action of Cbrn Summit, Safeguarding the Future, host partner RESCORE and Medalytics Digital Convergence is coming up with a specialized souvenir on the theme of disaster management and on the theme of this summit, primarily on diverse aspects of Cbrn disaster management. The souvenir will be launched digitally on our websites cdprr.com and medalytics.in, and it will be also launched physically on our next program, GeoRisk 2025, Conference on Globes, Landslides and Earthquakes. Yes, and this GeoRisk 2025 is a premier conference dedicated to understanding and mitigating the risk associated with glacial lake outburst floods, landslides and earthquakes, scheduled for February 15, 2025 at this house, India Habitat Center, New Delhi. This event will bring together experts, researchers, policymakers and industry leaders to discuss innovative strategies for disaster risk reduction and resilience, primarily on GeoRisk. The conference will feature keynote addresses, technical sessions, and panel discussions on topics such as early warning system, geospatial technologies, climate change impacts, and policy frameworks for hazard mitigation. Special emphasis will be given to high-risk regions in the Himalayas and other seismically active zones of India, highlighting case studies and best practices on disaster preparedness and response. This event is an essential platform for professionals and decision makers committed to enhancing disaster resilience and climate adaptation strategies in India and beyond. We look forward for your participation and we'll welcome you at GeoRisk 2025 on 15th of February 2025. Now, on behalf of the organizing team, I extend my sincere gratitude to all our participants and your invaluable contribution to this Cbrn Summit, Safeguarding the Future. Your insights, expertise, and engagement played a crucial role in making this event a resounding success. A special thanks to our presenting partner, TechnoSafe Consultants, strategic partner, SGT University Gurugram, host partner, Rescore, and Medalytics Digital Convergence by Playzone Media for their unwavering support. I thank the in-house organizing team of Medalytics and Rescore for curating and building this platform for Cbrn Summit in a very short span. We appreciate your participation and look forward to future collaborations to drive meaningful progress in Cbrn safety and preparedness. Thank you very much for joining us. I lastly urge you to have tea before you depart. Stay served outside.